Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Do you know what we're here for?
The whole strategy, God, it pays off for them.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That's too much, man!
Don't be creepy.
Don't even play. Oh, girl, baby girl.
Uh-oh, what now?
Right, now.
Immediately, if not sooner. Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing. Consequences.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
The Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
China.
Read of the Second Amendment?
What?
Who'd you drum up?
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
So hot right now.
Anti-Semitism.
Just like my wife's vagina.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Too much, man.
It's a great day for being sad.
Well, here we are again. Floating. Somewhere, I don't even know where again. Can't be sure. Perhaps space? It's no way to say. We have a hell of a lot to talk about on Earth, so I suppose we better get right to it. Remember, always buckle up those seatbelts while seated inside the cabin. Alright. Okay. Gotta do some shout outs here. Mo and Noah first, as usual. Charlie Jameer second. Sasha G, close third. PB getting in there fourth. Schmagley, good for Gabby. Panda on fire 5. Who else we got? Miskatonic Petrol and Soda Fountain. Both. You can't just have one. Gotta have both. Did I say Choki? I don't think so. Choki, I see you. Doc Possum. B-Cat. Or Broomer and Winston Sayer. I think that's everybody I see in chat. So I'm gonna move forward. Oh boy, I'm on top chat. Oh god. Who did this to me?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, fixed it. Well, like I said, there was a hell of a lot to talk about today. Bunch of stuff I would rather not even, but we're going to. If you can't tell by the thumbnail, we're going to be getting real deep on the old Hunter Biden pardon situation. And pardons in general. But we also have a hell of a lot to talk about on the rest of the planet. Like places, I don't know. Syria, for instance, not ring a bell for anybody. Well, that's going to be coming up, among other things. Alright, chat, let's start in the usual place. America. Oops, I don't have this window set yet. That's smart. That's how you do it. Alright, let's first, before we get to the heart of this discussion, the politics of it all, there's politics involved in this, obviously, but in terms of the pardon, things like that, I figured we would talk a couple of slightly smaller stories, but certainly not less important. I don't know if anybody in here is from Tennessee, but I know some weird stuff's been happening in your state lately. You might want to tune in for this one here. Let's talk about what's been taking place inside of some of Tennessee's public parks on an apparently regular, I guess you might call annual basis.
Fronting hate. Our exclusive News Channel 5 investigation continues, focusing this time on how Tennessee has become home for what may be the most influential white supremacist gathering in the country.
Every year, a state park right here in Middle Tennessee hosts the so-called American Renaissance Conference, drawing 200 to 300 people from around the country, some of them the biggest names in the world of hate. So who are these people and what do they want? Our chief investigative reporter Phil Williams went to Montgomery Bell State Park in Dixon County to find out. Phil?
Well, out in the parking lot, we spotted cars from as far away as California, Texas, Florida, and yes, some from Tennessee, there to hear lectures that they believe will justify their white supremacy.
Can anybody enlighten me on this guy's accent? I feel like he got it from like 200 years ago. Like he was put into cryostasis or something back in 1800, and he just sort of came ambling out of the, like out of the old cryo chamber at the local, what do you call it? Plantation. And he's like, I do not know what is going on here, but I'm going to tell you all the news.
Instead of white robes and hoods, these attendees come in coat and tie. Here at Montgomery Bell State Park, the tranquility of a fall afternoon was interrupted by the sounds of protest.
Oh, this is what I love the way that they framed this. The tranquility of the fall afternoon interrupted by these anti-fascist protesters, of course.
By a small group of anti-fascists
breaking the peace,
upset over the return
disturbing
of the
the peace.
American Renaissance Conference, an annual event that's been held here at the Parks Lodge and Conference Center since 2012.
We're out here to make a statement. Don't ever come back here again.
No! You are not welcome here.
You're here for the conference?
Trying to avoid a clash that erupted 1 year between the two sides, park rangers set up a security perimeter.
Follow your leader! Shoot yourself like Adolf Hitler!
Oh, damn.
The protesters to the backside of the lodge, separated from the conference by a
protester
locked
leaving nothing
gate.
on the table.
Basically, they invite some of the worst neo-Nazi hate groups into this park every single year to rally. You can see one of them right there.
In your mind, what's the difference between this and a KKK rally?
Oh, there is no difference. They're the same people.
The protesters made it very clear how they feel. We're about to head over to the conference center and talk to the man who's leading all of this.
By the way, watch how cordial this handshake
At
goes.
the main entrance, we were allowed inside.
This is very important. Sure.
Oh, good to see you, Mr. White Supremacist, sir.
Sure.
Oh God, oh God, listen to this guy cry. Oh my God, listen to this guy cry about what might happen if some of his members were seen at this conference. That's definitely, as he's going, you'll see, there's nothing wrong with it, as he's going to explain to us very soon.
Very important. These people can lose their jobs. Sure. Absolutely. The girlfriends can jilt them.
Oh no, not their girlfriends, jilting them.
Under the condition
Jilting. What is it? Is it? I think we might have traveled back to 1800. Not gonna lie.
Not take video of
Jilteration.
any of the participants' faces. How would you describe the people who are attending this conference?
These are smart, observant, thoughtful Americans who see that our country is going in the wrong direction and has been going in the wrong direction for decades.
And your critics say you use, being smart, being intellectual as a cover for racism.
What is racism?
What even is race? Can you get me a dictionary? I don't know anything about racism. I can't define it.
Do you not know what racism is?
Well, nobody can really define
nobody.
I'm
sorry.
Consistent way.
Please hold. Let's see if we can get Google to do it. Definition of racism, please. Oh, looks like Google does have a definition, seemingly. Racism. Whoopsies. Not quite all the way. There we go. Racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. Typically one that is a minority or marginalized group. Huh. That sounds like a definition. It's very weird.
Taylor heads American Renaissance, which includes a website that promotes articles like how thousands of black behavior.
That's what's great about semantics, right? Like, if you pretend like the definition doesn't exist, how can you be it? It's impossible. Impossible to define. Therefore, we cannot be, of course.
Opened my eyes, and leaked emails showed the website was one often privately promoted by Trump advisor Stephen Miller.
Oh,
what's the difference between what's happening here and a KKK rally?
I've never been to a KKK rally.
There's no way to know. There was no way to. There's no way to figure out, historically or otherwise, books, YouTube videos, to figure out what a KKK rally might be like without having attended one yourself personally.
The message the same, though?
I have no idea. I've never been to one.
But I am delighted to see groups and organizations cropping up.
But leaked video from the 2021 conference shows Taylor meeting with Thomas Rousseau, the head of the Patriot Front. That's the khaki-loving extremist group known for plastering communities, including the Nashville area, with their white supremacist slogans.
Patriot Front! Thomas Rousseau!
In fact, when we checked our video, that was Rousseau we had spotted on the bridge. Patriot Front later posted a group photo of them at this year's conference.
I love how these guys think that wearing a jacket with a tie somehow makes you respectable, even though your ideology is completely sickening to most human beings.
They do their thing, I do
Well,
mine.
respectable, you
How
see.
about the neo-Nazis?
You could put us in church and be fine.
But among this year's speakers was Austrian Martin Sellner, a neo-Nazi who plastered swastikas on a synagogue in 2006. And after some
don't say it.
People were killed at mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand in 2019. Emails show Sellner had been in contact with the shooter. Although he was never charged with any wrongdoing, Sellner was barred from entering the U.S. and had to appear at the conference by video.
Oh, no, he had to appear on the conference. So we did manage to appear at the conference, at least. That's great. Even though he did a teleconference in, from Austria. That's weird. I guess you can't judge all neo-Nazis by one great neo-Nazi who you have come to your conferences or teleconference in when it's inconvenient, legally speaking, for them to try to enter the country. But you can't judge them all by one. There's no way to know for sure what even a neo-Nazi is.
Do you not consider yourself a racist?
No.
Like other people at the American Renaissance Conference, Taylor argues for a separation of the races, where whites don't have to be reminded of slavery, segregation, or the fact that racism still exists.
Oh, God, yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. Why should white people have to be reminded of slavery? That's unfair. Come on.
Come on! I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Just gotta keep bringing it up all the time. I mean, jeez. It's in the past, people. Can't we forget about all of that? Can't we just let white people go through their days without having to think of some of the historical implications of perhaps what either they or their ancestors have done? That's just unfair. It's unfair, and we have to be more accommodating. That's what it is. All right, speaking of accommodations, California is attempting to, well, make some accommodations for the future, that being the future second Trump presidency. Wait, was there more of this that I wanted to watch? I can't remember. Nah, I think we got it. Yeah, let's go. Quickly to California, see what they're doing before we really get into the bulk of this video here. This year's spacecast.
State lawmakers started a special session today.
All right, I gotta stop doing Southern accent. It's fucking me up.
The rights of Californians as President-elect Donald Trump prepares to take office. NBC Bay Area's Jody Hernandez was on the assembly floor when that special session took place.
Governor Gavin Newsom actually convened the legislature a month earlier than usual so that lawmakers could get to work before the presidential transfer of power.
Why is this so quiet?
And on day one, legislation is already being introduced to what Democrats call Trump-proof the state.
Members, we are now in the first extraordinary session without objection.
Lawmakers gavelled in the governor's special session on the floor of the assembly this afternoon, vowing to protect California's progressive policies. With President-elect Donald Trump set to start a second term in office, Governor Newsom wants to be ready to counter any attacks against the Golden State.
We're not going to be afraid to stand up, and we're not going to be afraid to stand up for our communities and our values and for our taxpayers.
And Democratic lawmakers are wasting no time getting to work. Assemblymember Jesse Gabriel introduced legislation that would allocate $25 million to the Department of Justice to fight federal actions that threaten California values.
If this administration tries to break the law, if they try to violate the Constitution, we are a big state. We are the world's 5th largest economy. We have the 2nd largest Justice Department in the United States, and we will stand up and fight for our communities and fight for ourselves, and we will beat them in court.
And Attorney General Rob Bonta joined lawmakers to announce measures aimed at protecting reproductive rights.
In California, we're not going back. We're moving forward, full speed ahead. We're a reproductive freedom state, and that's not changing.
As we see a federal government that wants to roll back rights for people like me and my daughter, we're going to fight.
Assemblymember Maggie Krell just took the oath of office for the first time today and right out of the gate introduced a bill to protect medication abortion, which she believes is at risk with the...
Yeah, no kidding. Now, How effective all this will be, I honestly don't know. Hopefully it will at least mitigate some of the negative downstream effects of Donald Trump executive branch of the administration. Once again, I honestly don't know to what level it will all be effective. But I can at least we can all keep our fingers crossed and hope for California. They managed to protect people's rights, civil rights, all them rights. All right, now let's quickly talk about this guy. We already talked about him earlier this week, so not going to talk about him too long. But let's quickly talk Kash Patel, because this dude is seriously troubling. If you don't recall, or you missed the earlier stream where we discussed this man, here's a moment to get familiar with him.
Meantime, there are questions surrounding the president-elect's new pick for FBI director. Over the weekend, Trump announced he's tapping Kash Patel as head of the agency. Patel served in intelligence and defense roles in President-elect Trump's first term in office. The outspoken Trump loyalist has vowed to make substantial changes to the agency's leadership and mission if confirmed.
The two-tier system of justice is the deep state's wrecking ball and operational arm of choice, and we need to destroy it. And the only man that has stood up and exposed it and will bring accountability to the American people is President Donald J. Trump.
Now, Christopher Wray is currently still serving as FBI director. He was appointed in 2017 by then-President Donald Trump. The role carries a 10-year term, which means he's slated to remain in his position until 2027. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes is following the president-elect and his transition team from West Palm Beach, Florida. Nancy, what do we know about Trump's FBI director pick, and what are his chances of being confirmed?
Hey, Lindsay, great to see you. So he is 44 years old. Kash Patel served in a number of key roles in the first Trump administration. He was at the National Security Council. He was serving with the Director of National Intelligence at the very end of the administration. He served in the Pentagon as the Chief of Staff to the acting Secretary of Defense. So he's got a lot of experience in government. He also worked on Capitol Hill. But he has a lot of controversy that has followed him from job to job. He is a big-time Trump loyalist. He was outspoken about some of the president's claims that the election was stolen, for example. This is something that Patel...
They are sugarcoating the shit out of this, not gonna lie. I mean, this guy is insane. The deep state conspiracy theory stuff he was spewing on the Sean Ryan show, a podcast we were watching earlier to sort of illuminate some of this guy's insanity. It was fascinating, as well as just shocking. It's concerning, as fascinating as it was concerning, I would say. Sort of 50-50. Like a fun mix, if you will. He wrote a whacked out children's book. Yes, I was planning to read it today, but I've lost access to this file, so I'm just going to read a quick excerpt of the book. Let's look at this. Here we go. The Plot Against the King. Written, of course, by the one and only Kash Patel. Don't forget, Kash Patel is a board member on Donald Trump's social media company, Truth Social. So not only is he in business with Donald Trump, he also has been a huge supporter of him. He was in the administration previously, and this is his book about how he essentially seems to think Donald Trump is king, or a fictional story where Trump is king. Fictional. Okay, here's the excerpt. On choosing day, the whole land gathered at the castle to choose the next ruler of the kingdom. The heralds had been announcing that Hillary Queenton would be queen. She says queenly things like thee and thou and forsooth, and her last name is Queenton after all. But when the royal counter-uppers counted up the final votes, they realized the people had dared to choose the merchant Donald. The heralds and Hillary were horrified. Donald didn't care what the Herald said about him, and he was determined to make the kingdom great again. Thus, King Donald moved into the castle, and everyone turned to head home. Wow. What a piece of fiction. Rivaled by things like Chaucer, Shakespeare, Poe. I mean, the names just start flowing, you know? It's like, this guy, where is the Pulitzer? Dr. Seuss even. I wish we had that whole book. I really do. But we do not. Maybe another day we will read the whole book together. Unfortunately, it cost $20 on Amazon, and I refuse to give that man $20 for that book. Oh no, that will not be happening. Alright, now let's talk about the news of the day. Really, of the last couple days. But is still something people are seemingly talking about ad nauseum. That being the pardoning of Hunter Biden. Let's let democracy now start this all off. Who'd they have on here? Mehdi Hassan? Who's that?
President Biden's issued a full and unconditional pardon for his son Hunter Biden Sunday evening, just days before Hunter was set to be sentenced for his federal gun conviction in a separate tax evasion case. Illegal. In a statement, President Biden said, quote, "The charges in his cases came about only after several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election. No reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong." Biden went on to write, quote, "I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process and it led to a miscarriage of justice," unquote. President Biden and his aides had repeatedly said Hunter Biden would not be pardoned. This is Biden in June being interviewed by ABC's David Muir.
As we sit here in Normandy, your son Hunter is on trial, and I know that you cannot speak about an ongoing federal prosecution. But let me ask you, will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes.
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes.
You have.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has also repeatedly denied the president would pardon his son.
From a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
Well, is there?
I just said no. I just answered. Go ahead. Go ahead.
First briefing since Hunter was indicted again in Los Angeles. Why doesn't President Biden just pardon him?
President, I've been very clear. The president's not going to pardon his son.
Again, you've also said several times that the president would not pardon.
Democracy now has all the receipts. Jesus
I
Christ.
want to make sure that that is not going to change over the next 6 months. The president's saying he would not.
It's still a no. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
Mm-hmm. President Biden's decision to pardon his son comes as President-elect Donald Trump prepares to take office after campaigning in part on prosecuting his political enemies while also vowing to pardon Trump supporters who participated in the January 6th insurrection. Over the weekend, Trump picked Kash Patel to head the FBI. Patel has vowed to go after what he calls conspirators in the government and media. Trump also...
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, I don't think we even need to hear. Mehdi is great, but I mean, we don't even need to hear what he has to say. Me and him agree on this one. I think pretty much to the T. Pretty much every single aspect of it. I think, at least of what he says here in this interview. So we're just gonna press on into this situation. A lot to talk about. There's a long list of very upset people. Not just Republicans, also Democrats and news folks. randos. Basically, everybody had something to say about this. Let's go here. NBC Montana from yesterday. See what they had to say.
President Biden's decision to issue a full and unconditional pardon to his son Hunter, garnering swift reaction from GOP lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Under this administration, they have tossed out the scales of justice.
Oh, the scales of justice.
Our constitutional republic's rule of law.
Oh, not the rule of law.
Questioning the time period the pardon includes. Offenses which he has committed or may have committed from January 1st, 2014 to December 1st, 2024.
Okay.
This press release announcing Hunter Biden as director of the Ukrainian gas company Burisma sent out on May 12th, 2014.
Oh my God.
His work with Burisma, as well as Chinese company
He profited from his
CEFC
name.
and others, at the heart of his
No one in government has ever profited from their name without being prosecuted, ever. The history
work with Burisma, as
of
well
history.
as Chinese company CEFC and others, at the heart of his tax case in which he pleaded guilty.
He had a lot of foreign investments, and it was unclear where all the money came and went, and he did not register as an agent for a foreign country, so there were other possible charges out there.
Special counsel David Weiss could still issue a report and reveal if other charges were in the works, though they would not impact Hunter Biden, despite multiple statements like this from his father.
I said I abide by the jury decision, and I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Does the president have any intention of pardoning him?
We've been asked that question multiple times. Our answer stands, which is no.
Still, the president now says the cases against his son were politically motivated and has always maintained his family comes first.
My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end.
Some Democrats, though, worried about the precedent a pardon may set.
This is the biggest pearl-clutching event of all time. Maybe not all time, but it's fighting to gain the mount, if you will, to achieve the summit of pearl-clutching events. We're going to talk about why I think that that's the case. There's multiple reasons. First one that comes to mind that I'm going to bring up right now is the fact that, well, who anybody else? Has anybody done any pardons in the recent past? Anybody seen this thumbnail for this video? Because the entire right side of the thumbnail is basically all Trump pardons, right? And people who are like, oh, precedent. It's like, it's almost as if they don't know what the definition of precedent is. And so for that reason, we are also going to check in on that real quick. Since it seems like everybody is always forgetting how words work, I guess it's our job to remind people, I guess, of these things. Here's the legal definition. Let's go here. All right, back to the TV. There we go. Precedent. Law, an earlier event, or this is the non-law. This is the non-legal definition. An earlier event or action that is regarded as an example or guide to be considered in subsequent similar circumstances. The legal definition is a previous case or legal decision that may be or must be followed in subsequent similar cases. And in this case, while it's not it is an executive decision, so it could be considered precedent if it weren't literally just one in a long line of similar decisions, regardless of interest. I mean, we are going to get into self-interest on pardons. Just hold on. We got a few more things to talk about before we get to that part of it all. But I mean, just precedent-wise, just remember that word. Keep it in your brain throughout all of this, as if this is not, you know, because people are going to pretend like this is the first time this has ever happened. That's the plan. CNN time. Let's go.
President-elect Donald Trump is slamming President Biden's decision to reverse course and
How
pardon
dare
his
you.
son Hunter. Hunter is due to
Illegal.
be sentenced in both of the federal cases against him in just a couple of weeks, but now that'll no longer happen. The pardon also means that Hunter can't be prosecuted for any other possible federal crimes that he may have committed during a 10-year period. Biden's decision comes as Trump works to fill some remaining key positions in his second administration with loyalists, including Kash Patel, who Trump says he plans on choosing to be his next FBI director. Let's take you now live to West Palm Beach, Florida, not far from Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, with CNN's Kristen Holmes. Kristen, take us behind what Trump is saying about this Hunter Biden pardon and his decision to tap Patel to lead the FBI.
Yeah, so let's start with the pardon. Unsurprisingly, Donald Trump is seizing on this. One of the things that he posted on Truth Social after we heard from the transition team overall that said that these were political witch hunts, that it was a miscarriage of justice, this is what Donald Trump posted. He said, does the pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the J6 hostages who have now been imprisoned for years?
Okay, her Trump impression is terrible. Please hold. Does the capital pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the J-6 hostages, capital hostages, who have been imprisoned for years? Such an abuse and miscarriage of capital justice. 30.4 thousand likes and 9.24 thousand retruths. That's how you do it, folks.
Abuse and miscarriage of justice. Obviously, January 6th prisoners are not there in jail because they are hostages, but because they have been prosecuted for their behavior and for their actions on January 6th. But one thing to keep in mind here, it is clear that Donald Trump tends to use Joe Biden's pardoning of his son as part of a catalyst for what he intends to do when he's in office. And one thing to note, Donald Trump has not been shy about the fact that he plans to pardon these people who participated in January 6th. The big question, of course, is how he chooses to do it. Is this a blanket overall pardoning for anyone involved, or is this a kind of cherry picking of people who maybe participated or were nonviolent? We really don't have an idea. I've talked to the transition team. I've talked to a number of sources who have been involved in these
Donald Trump will show us just how scrupulous he is
obviously January
when it comes to deciding on which J6ers to pardon. Sure, he will pour over the figures and the facts and, you know, dole out justice.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, of course, faced questions today while aboard Air Force One about President Biden's pardon of his son. She was asked whether the president would have made the decision if Vice President Harris had won the election. Here's what she said.
I'm not gonna get into the election. It is a no. I can answer that. It is a no. He didn't believe that they would let up, right? He didn't think that they.
Okay, all right. That's enough of the CNN. I think we all hate CNN. I just can't stand it. I think there were some more parts in this I wanted to watch, but I cannot remember, and it's just horrible. Actually, wait, let me think. Who in here was so... Actually, let's go here. I love how CNN brings on Republican strategists. They're such a great channel. They're the best media outlet in the room. Like, inside their studio, they're the best.
That this is somehow a double standard for Donald Trump here. Let's be clear, there's always plenty of breathless outrage and coverage of anything Donald Trump does. The problem here is Joe Biden lied to the American people. The problem is, for years and for months, the White House, at the official podium of the White House press secretary, stood there and lied to the American people because of what the president told her to say, which was a lie to the American people. We always knew this was going to be the outcome. He was.
Oh God, how dare they lie to the American people? Oh God, oh no. Oh God, I can't even get. She's right. We were lied to. I wonder if there's any other times where the Biden administration lied to us. I wonder if at those times, do you think, can anybody remember if Joe Biden or the administration lied to us at any times? And if CNN has spent even a fraction of the time they're spending. This is a 35-minute video, people. Okay, so they do not let up on this discussion for 35 minutes. I wonder if they spent a requisite amount of time discussing any of the other lies that the administration perhaps put out there. I have a bad memory, you know. I can't remember things. You know, I'm a dummy. Big dummy. I'm sure that won't come up later. Let's go here.
The White House defended President Joe Biden on Monday over his decision to pardon his son, Hunter, even after previously saying he would not do so.
I said I abide by the jury decision, and I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
The White House declined to give details on why or how Biden had changed his mind, but said it wasn't the first time a president had pardoned a family member. In 2020, Donald Trump pardoned Charles Kushner, the father of his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Bill Clinton pardoned his half-brother. Presidents beginning with George Washington have granted pardons, including Gerald Ford, who pardoned his predecessor, Richard Nixon, after he resigned in disgrace. The White House said Biden believed his political opponents would have kept persecuting his son, even after he leaves office. Hunter Biden was pardoned for his conviction by a jury in Delaware and a guilty plea in California. He was also pardoned for federal crimes that he, quote, committed or may have committed between January 1st, 2014 through the end of this year. A jury in Delaware found Hunter Biden guilty of lying about his drug addiction on a disclosure form that is required to purchase a firearm.
How dare he lie on a form? No one has ever lied on a form before, and that deserves the harshest possible punishment. How dare Joe Biden overlook these sorts of egregious crimes against humanity? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. We have 30 likes. That's a lot of likes. If GNN made a cool Tim Pool style beanie, you'd buy it. My God, you know, I am actually working on not beanies, but I am working on making a store. But unfortunately, it costs money to run stores apparently, and I'm barely paying the bills over here. So hopefully, merchandise will exist at some point. I have been working on things to make that happen. Hopefully soon. Can't promise beanies. I think the first one may be mugs. They may be Gary mugs, I believe. In Gary We Trust mugs, if you've seen. I think I posted them in the Discord. Yeah, I definitely did. Alright, I'm getting distracted. Alright, let's just quickly listen to some of the things Corinne Jean-Pierre was doing. She was fielding all sorts of questions. Reporters are very confused what was going on. They couldn't seem to wrap their heads around the situation.
What we're struggling with is that his statement basically is a contradiction. It says, I believe in this system, enough is enough. I don't see how you can have it both ways.
I don't think it's a contradiction. I don't.
What in the fuck is that sound? Is everybody else hearing two audios right now? This is killing me.
I don't see how you can have it both ways.
I don't think it's a contradiction. I don't. Two things could be true. You can believe in the Department of Justice system, and you could also believe that the process was infected politically, and that's what the president says. Remember, there was a deal on the table that the Department of Justice agreed on, and it fell apart. And his political opponents praised that deal falling apart. And so, in that regard, yes, he believes in the Department of Justice, and he believes in the system. But there was a political singling out of his son, and other people have said this. I just read through a bunch of folks who've been part of the justice system, if not currently, in the past, who have said. You know, I keep going back to what Eric Holder said, because he said if his last name was Joe Smith, he wouldn't be going through this. His last name.
Where is Joe Smith to answer for these crimes?
said. The system doesn't get corrupted by politics for people whose name is not Biden. You're twisting and misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm talking about a particular issue right now. I'm talking about the president's action on his son, pardoning his son, Hunter Biden. And that's what I'm going to stick to, and that's what I'm talking about.
The statement is almost asking American families to understand why President Biden did what he did with the pardon. But for families who have a child or don't have the same resources as President Biden, is that fair to ask them to understand if they're not sitting in this position?
For the past 5 minutes, I've been talking about why there was a political infection.
Damn, Corinne. She is struggling with this one more than she usually does.
How soon could the next round of pardons could come for those who are waiting and have been waiting for some time? And
if you earn $45,000 a year, it would only take 22,000 years to amass a fortune of $1 billion. That's not bad at all. That's not bad. Only 22,000. How long do humans live?
Hunter Biden, how soon could we expect to see this?
I don't have a timeline for you. As you know, this usually happens towards the end. And so the president is going through that process, thinking through that process. I'm not going to get ahead of him, but you can expect more announcements to come.
All right. Is the president White House counsel and clemency officers' advice on how to handle this particular case?
I don't have anything.
Oh my god. They are so outraged about this. I wonder if the pardons Donald Trump is definitely going to do, that he was definitely planning to do before any of this happened, will get even 10% of the media scrutiny that this is getting.
Beyond the president making this decision, when the president...
What advice did he get from the White House?
I'm not going to get into private conversation that the president has. The president made the decision to pardon his son. The White House informed, they have to be, pardons, as you know, have to be filed with the DOJ. The White House informed the DOJ. They filed it with the DOJ, and that's how...
Well, there you go. They did the legal process. They did it all legal. Gave it to a judge. Said, here, judge. Legal. By the way, I don't know if anybody remembers, Supreme Court recently ruled that the president can do anything as president, or even before president and or after presidency, as long as it can be argued, and seemingly anything can be argued as a presidential act, including self-beneficial acts. So I don't see how this could possibly be argued as, going against the legal system or anything else. Sure, does it go against the stuff that Joe Biden and the Joe Biden administration has said? Yeah. Geez, never heard that one before. Okay, let's go here to Reuters.
I do think this doesn't help his legacy.
Thank God, a law professor here to tell us.
I think because he made...
I'm sure this law professor will have a sensible take.
I do think this doesn't help his legacy.
Oh, his legacy. Oh, no.
I think because he made the clear commitment. But also because in attributing...
Thankfully, we have Daniel Farber, law professor of University of California, Berkeley, to remind us of Joe Biden's legacy. You know, how we're going to remember Joe Biden. And this is going to taint that. More than anything else, of course. Can't think of anything that would taint his legacy, but this? Oh no, this is going to really put a hamper on that.
Motives to the prosecution and saying that a pardon was justified on that basis.
Okay, yeah.
I think he acted very unwisely.
Oh, unwise? God damn it, Joe.
Threat of greater politicization of the Department of Justice and of the legal system under Trump.
God, and there's no way that's going to... There's no way, and I know this guy's a legal scholar, sure he's going to repeat exactly what I'm going to say here, but there's no way that Donald Trump was planning on, politicizing the justice system. Right? Wait. I'm having flashbacks of the last 3 weeks where we went through all of Donald Trump's new picks. Like where he wanted Matt Gaetz to be AG. Where he's made Kash Patel the future FBI director. None of that is politicization, of course. Of course not.
Of the legal system under Trump. And I think Trump was not at all slow to pick up on the idea that this would help him justify pardons for January 6th riot.
You're doing more justifying than he is. The fact is, he was already going to do it. There was no question about it. He was talking about it throughout the election. Literally, do anybody remember the goddamn election? Remember the Jan 6th choir stuff and all? And come on. Am I the only person? Jesus Christ. Oh, thank God we have Associated Press. That was Reuters, but now we have Associated Press to tell us about Biden's broken promise. That's not me, that's their title.
President Joe Biden had long pledged that he would not pardon his son, Hunter, who was set to be sentenced this month for gun and tax convictions. But over the weekend, the president did it anyway. Biden's move has already prompted claims of hypocrisy from Republicans, and now some Democrats are calling the move misguided and unwise after the party spent years slamming Donald Trump as a threat to democracy who disregarded the law.
He said he came to this decision this weekend, and he said he wrestled with this because he believes in the justice system.
It is hilarious. You got Reuters and AP out here immediately gaslighting us about their concern over the lies of the Biden administration. This is the first time they've mentioned a lie for the last year. So I find this just utterly fascinating that they now want to hold the administration to account on anything. It's a wildly fascinating narrative.
But he also believes that the war politics infected the process and led to a miscarriage of justice.
Neither Biden nor the White House explain the shift in the president's thinking.
Yeah.
The pardon covers more than a decade of any federal crimes his son might have committed. Biden said in a statement that his son's prosecution on charges of
I like how Reuters and the AP are completely incurious or unable to reach any conclusions. Like, I don't know, looking at the last 3 weeks and the people Donald Trump has nominated. Maybe that's why. Maybe Joe Biden was thinking to himself, Hunter might not have a real fair shot out there starting January 21st. But no. Can't draw any lines here. Okay. No analysis unless it suits a particular narrative. Sometimes the AP and Reuters have analysis for us. Other times they seem to be fully focused on just telling us the news. No, we must be unbiased in this moment. All right, let's go to a very unbiased guy. Very, very unbiased. So unbiased. The most unbiased guy in the entire Senate. Joseph R. Manchin, or whatever his name is. He had some words for all of this. He had a solution to all of this. Let's hear what I'm sure this is completely brilliant and not unhinged at all. I'm sure this isn't the dumbest thing we're going to hear all day.
You're gonna miss this. Come on.
You're gonna miss me?
Yeah,
oh,
sure.
You know why you're gonna miss me? Because let's wait on Joe. He'll say something. That's exactly. Am I right?
I'm not gonna deny that. I mean, I won't deny that at all.
Get to it.
What's your reaction to this news involving the president giving his son a pardon? He had said for months that he would not do that, and now he is. What's your reaction of it?
I just, as a father, I don't know of a father that wouldn't have done the same thing.
Okay.
He was not a criminal.
Sensible.
There wasn't violent crime. There wasn't sexual crime.
Both true.
With that, he'll have to pay, I guess, restitution, whatever he owes, or this or that, things of that sort. But I wasn't surprised from that standpoint.
Yeah.
What I would have done differently, and my recommendation as a counsel would have been, why don't you go ahead and pardon Donald Trump for all his charges?
I'm sorry, what?
You know, it had gone down a lot more back.
I'm sorry, we gotta hear that one more time. What was that? Started off real sensible, and then he took a hard right turn. Let me make sure I didn't mishear that.
Whatever he owes or this or that, things of that sort. But I wasn't surprised from that standpoint. What I would have done differently, and my recommendation as a counsel would have been, why don't you go ahead and pardon Donald Trump?
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I guess we'll just leave it there. Yeah, I know, you're right. Yeah, of course, Joe. Why didn't he just... What the fuck is this guy on? I'm sorry you all had to hear that. I'm sorry. We're all slightly dumber for having heard that. And it's my fault for having put it in front of you. Oh, boy. I don't even know where to start with the stupidity on that one. It's just so dumb. Why? Why would he do that? He doesn't even make an argument around why, aside from that it would just be, I guess, the polar opposite of pardoning his son, and it would just balance itself out, you know, just purely on like, you know, like this weird concept of how things balance themselves out, how government, how like any of this. I mean, what in the fuck? Oh god. Oh my god. Joe Manchin, I mean, there we go. He should have just pardoned Trump for all of his crimes. That would have fixed it. That would have evened it all out, people. Makes sense. Let's move on. Let's move on. That makes perfect sense. Let's go here now to a guy that, well, rarely makes sense, ever. Not sure he's going to make any sense here. Here's Eric Adams, mayor of New York City.
What you were talking about, the Hunter Biden.
Okay.
Out of all of this, you know, there's almost a level of irony.
To
this all. I just want to bring out something. I want to read.
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to read the front page.
You can try.
Of the New York Times.
Great. Yeah. Okay. We can see that it's a paper.
Let me find that sentence.
Wow.
President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump now agree on one thing. The Biden Justice Department has been politicized.
Now, of course, Eric here is super stoked about all of this because he's been claiming that he is being unrightfully investigated and that his administration is being unrightfully investigated and that somehow the justice system has been politicized against him. So this is really lining up for him right now. He's going to ride this one to the, you know, to the top. That's the plan here with Eric.
Familiar? Rest my case.
Okay, great. Thanks, Eric. Awesome. Okay. Wow. I wouldn't quite call that a case so much as just you reading 7 words from a newspaper. Oh, okay. Who is this? I can't even remember who this was. This is, I think, Democratic Congressman. Oh, god damn it. I can't even think of his name.
Well, I think he got it wrong yesterday.
Stanton.
I think he had it right before yesterday when the president indicated that he was not going to pardon his son and that he trusted the Justice Department, even in the case, especially in the case involving his son. And I felt that that Hunter Biden had been convicted by a jury of his peers. He pled guilty himself. It was done by a special counsel. There was no indication that it was a politicized case. I feel the same way about the case against Donald Trump, by the way, that it was not done with politics, but done by professional prosecutors, by the judge.
And you see direct parallels between these two cases. Do you? Clearly, he certainly seems to. Everybody, wow, same thing. Election fraud. Lying uninformed by a gun, same thing. Come on. Potato, tomato. Alright, now I think that's all of the Democratic lawmakers who were either responding to questions or complaining about this for whatever reason. Now let's go to see what the Republicans had to say about all this. And I think we'll start it off with a guy I'm sure everybody here is familiar with, Mitch McConnell. See what he had to say. I'm sure it was completely normal.
Delay. Now, on another matter, just before Thanksgiving, the Senate reached a deal on judicial nominees. Republicans would forego our available procedural roadblocks on the remaining nominations to district courts.
Look at Republicans are being very, very, very nice. Considering everything, we were being incredibly kind to the Democrats, and now they've thrown it in our faces. Unacceptable. I, Mitch McConnell, will not stand for that.
Roadblocks on the remaining nominations to district courts, which have the votes to be confirmed. In exchange, the Democratic leader wouldn't bring any of the remaining nominations to circuit courts to the floor because they don't have the votes to be confirmed. As a result, President Biden is getting around a dozen more district judges, and the next president will get 4 more circuits to fill.
This is an absolute travesty of justice. People were expected much better from this administration. I do declare.
At least, I expect you will. We've already seen 2 partisan Democrat district judges, quote, unretire, end quote, after the American people voted to fire Democrats last month. This is noteworthy. Looking to our history, only 2 judges have ever.
Our history. What about our history, Mitch? What the fuck is he doing? It's interesting that Mitch McConnell wants to talk about history here in this moment. Hold on. Let me skip ahead a little bit here. I think he says this slightly later, but it's fascinating if anybody knows history of Mitch McConnell for him to bring it up in this particular moment.
Blue, where there should only be black robes. But it would be essentially alarming if either of the 2 circuit judges whose announced retirements created these vacancies currently pending before the Senate in Tennessee and in North Carolina were actually to follow suit. Never before
has
a circuit judge unretired after a presidential election. It's literally unprecedented. And to create such a precedent, fly in the face of rare bipartisan compromise on the
I'm sorry. How is it unprecedented? This is so stupid.
Position of these vacancies. It was no surprise to hear the New York Times bemoan the deal.
Alright, you keep complaining over here, Mitch. He goes on to say something like, play political games, expect political prizes, anti-Semitic. Alright, you know what, I remember some stuff. Mitch McConnell, not that long ago.
Let's start with this. Obviously, a lot of attention being paid now to the Daddy Make Boom Boom in the Desert play by Donald Trump. But what will have perhaps more salience over the next 20 or 30 years will be the nuclear option, which was pulled by Mitch McConnell today in the Senate, allowing Republicans to break a perfectly rule-abiding Democratic filibuster.
It's perfectly fine for us to break tradition when it suits us, okay?
Of a Supreme Court nominee, Neil Gorsuch. Here is how it went down in the Senate.
Madam President.
The Majority Leader.
Our Democratic colleagues have done something today that is unprecedented in the history of the Senate.
It's always unprecedented.
It has brought us to this point. We need to restore the norms and traditions of the Senate. And
he seems so much more spry here, you know? He's actually managing to say words in a slightly normal way.
Passed this unprecedented partisan filibuster. Therefore, I raise a point of order that the vote on cloture under the precedent set on November 21st, 2013 is a majority vote on all nominations.
The ayes are 48, the nays are 52. The decision of the chair does not stand as the judgment of the Senate.
Okay, so let me there was a cut there, and I'll explain what happened. When McConnell does that as the Senate majority leader, having put someone else in the chair, when he made that ruling, the chair said, I'm sorry, that's against the Senate rules. And then what happened is McConnell filed an appeal to the ruling of the chair. And then there was a vote, a majority vote won that appeal, and Orrin Hatch presided over that vote and announced that the ruling of the chair did not stand, and that is when the filibuster went away. Now, you could see how sad and morose Mitch McConnell was, that he had to do this in light of this unprecedented partisan move by the Democrats.
I'm sure he was sickened by it.
The completely consistent with the rules of the Senate filibuster. It's unbelievable for a man like that who's given so much to that.
It's almost a fantasy, Sam.
That type of partisanship, I'm sure. In fact, I remember, I'm so old, what he was saying in August of 2016 at a rally in Fancy Farm, I think it was, in Kentucky.
Is that the name?
One of my proudest moments is when I looked at Barack Obama in the eye and I said, Mr. President, you will not fill this Supreme Court vacancy.
Ah. Tradition. Tradition.
So, do we want Jim Gray and Hillary Clinton shaping the Supreme Court? No. Do we want Jim Gray and Hillary Clinton propping up Obamacare? No.
There you go.
So weird. So weird. It's like the Twilight Zone. In some sort of alternate reality where Mitch McConnell doesn't care about the norms of Congress. Pretty sure that's AI. There's no way that's really Mitch McConnell saying those things. All right. No, of course it was actually Mitch McConnell saying those things. Now let's go to who was this? Is this Tim Burchett? No, I don't think this is Burchett. Whatever. Another GOP lawmaker here reacting to the Hunter Biden pardon 23 hours ago. Quote unquote. There are two systems of law.
What?
I want to talk about the wording of this pardon because it was vague. It's a full and unconditional pardon. It's sweeping, covers 2014 through yesterday, December 1st, 2024.
Yeah, that's how long.
An expert told Politico that with the exception of Nixon's pardon, they've never seen such a broad pardon. What do you make of that?
Oh my god, it is so broad. Experts are saying it's the broadest pardon of all time. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think it kind of leaves a lot of things out there. I wonder if it pardons him for things that he hasn't been charged for.
How could he?
It was so vague. I thought it almost meant like the 10 or 11 years that it just left it wide open. Anything that was done during that time.
All of Donald Trump's pardons were incredibly specific. We certainly won't even need to go into any of that because, of course, they were completely they were unimpeachable.
And that kind of throws water on the thought that this was just politically motivated because of the fact that he has committed some crimes. Obviously, I mean the pistol one was one, and there's question of whether the trap. And
what I love about this is I would love in this moment for this very, very serious Forbes breaking news journalist to ask Tim what his opinions on whether or not that should be a crime. Because in my opinion, I don't think Tim Burchett does believe that lying on a gun form should be a crime. I think he believes that children at birth should be given guns. So I don't see what his complaint is. Oh, how dare he lie on a gun form.
King is involved in that. There's just other things. I just think it was overly broad.
So broad.
I agree with that assumption.
It's unacceptable.
Congressman, I'm looking at the political implications here. Do you think that this sets a precedent that no one's above the law except the president?
You know what set the precedent? That the president is above the law. Stupid. I don't know her name, but I'm pretty sure it starts with stupid. Stupid Harris or stupid something like that. And the problem with this, my brain just broke. It's because I'm stupid. I was too busy making fun of her, but no, like seriously. Hold on, I didn't hear my head.
That this sets a precedent that no one's.
No, but seriously, SCOTUS, right? It's the Supreme Court of the United States, the one that Donald Trump basically put there, right? They're the ones who declared that it was that all presidents are above the law, right? It's not one pardon that suddenly sets the precedent that all presidents don't have to abide by the law. What are you talking about? What the fuck are we? What in the fuck are these? I mean, the fact is, the supposed left wing, corporate media, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, the NBCs, they're all sort of just waffling back and forth between this was a really bad decision, oh, Biden's legacy, oh, blah, blah, blah. These Forbes news people are trying to use this to completely rewrite history, as if somehow it wasn't Donald Trump who made it so that presidents are immune from, any sort of ramifications, legally speaking, for their actions. But no, it's this one pardon. That's what it was.
Above the law except the president, a president's family member, or perhaps someone close to the president.
I think that's exactly what
that's exactly what it is.
There are two systems of law.
Two systems of justice.
And that
Tim Burchett, of course. Thank you, Tim. Oh, also, thank you, Narwhal, for the super sweet super sticker. Much appreciated. That little hippo looks like she's having a great time. I assume it's a she because it is Mudang, of course. All hippo super stickers are Mudang. That's just a fact. I'm not even making that up. Look it up. All right. Let's go here. Oh, of course. Tim Burchett, he was not done. He had more stuff to say. Let's see what else he got. Tim.
What do you think of the "it's his son" reaction? Because that has been the reaction from some Democrats. They've been split into two camps, and I'll get their other reaction in a second.
These two are having a real heart-to-heart.
This is politically motivated. One of your colleagues in the House Oversight Committee, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. It said just that. President Biden said this: I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision. What's your reaction to that defense?
I think that's just political bull. It's
Political bull.
Man. I mean, this is a classic example of a guy who was enabled his entire life, spoiled, and literally was allowed to break the law on the world stage. And
it sounds like he's literally describing Donald Trump. Let's listen to that again, and forget that he's talking about Hunter Biden for a second. And
politically motivated. I think that's just. I mean, this is a classic example of a guy who was enabled his entire life, spoiled, and literally was allowed to break the law on the world stage. And
he's like literally sitting there realizing it himself. I think he's like, wait a second, I think I'm describing a bunch of other people who might take offense to this sort of characterization. Speaking of some of those people, we're going to get to a bunch of examples of people who Donald Trump pardoned who would fit that particular description. A bunch of them, including Charles Kushner, his brother-in-law, the father-in-law of Ivanka Trump, father of Jared Kushner. He's going to be the ambassador to France. He got that old, what do you call it? Pardon. If I'm mistaken, him and his son kind of lived similar lives. Although, actually, maybe Daddy Kushner worked a little harder than Jared, I think. Not a lot harder, but like slightly harder. 10% harder. I don't want to, I don't want to just go taking that away from the poor guy. I forgot to get this one in there. Damn it. Where is this video? No, we don't have time. I'm just going to sit here and do it that way. Anyways, if you didn't catch it, Jasmine Crockett, another congressperson, came out and praised Joe Biden for having decided to pardon Hunter. Tim heard about that recently and got very, very upset.
The House Oversight Committee, which you're a part of, has been investigating the Biden family, including Hunter Biden. Does this mean that that's the end of the road in these investigations? What does that look like? Are you going to be investigating other Biden family members?
There's been some talk of somebody going
we can
to
get
try
Jill
to
Biden
the president again. I just don't think there's enough time. And I assume after it's all over next year, we'll probably start looking at some of the others. I think that's important to do that if they did it.
I'm pretty sure there's going to be an investigation into Commander Biden. That dog has been an absolute criminal, K9, and it has circumvented the justice system to this point. We won't allow it to go on any further.
Break the law. And I hope that we look at all of government and all the people that's involved with government that have had crooked dealings. I hope that we widen that search a lot, because I felt like we've...
I love how these guys have been complaining about the supposed two-tier justice system and all this stuff, and now Tim Burchett's like talking about like his sort of fantasy like charges against Biden family, anybody related to them. He's like sort of right now, I think he's driving right now, but he's like looking up into the sky, sort of, just sort of daydreaming about it.
We've just barely scratched the surface on this thing. Honestly, if Tim Burchett can find $20 million money that's flowed through this crime family, there's got to be a lot more.
Do you support impeaching President Biden over this? Or are you just saying, hey, there's not enough time, there's about 7 weeks left of his presidency?
No, I just don't think there's enough time to even delve into that. I'd say under any other circumstances it would be
Wait, Did we miss? Oh, I was skipped over it somehow. God damn it. Whatever. It's alright. We've had enough Tim Burchett. Is he in the passenger? Oh, you're right. He is in the passenger seat. Thank you for noticing that. Not driving. Okay. We'll give him a pass. Joe Biden is 155 years old. Wow, Nightbot. I had no idea. Okay, let's go to another very unhinged individual by the name of Josh Hawley. He's got a take on all of this. Hold on, we gotta go to the middle of this here. Where does it start? Somewhere around here, I think.
In the Department of Justice and the FBI. I told her that it was a significant priority of mine, and I think it's important for the country. And let me just give you an example. The FBI should not be sending SWAT teams to the homes of pro-lifers to terrorize them and their children in the early morning hours. Is this the FBI?
What if they're committing crimes? How about that? Is that okay? Or do you just think they should be exempt from criminal prosecution?
Has done. The FBI should not be designating parents who go to school board meetings and ask about masks and curriculum as domestic terrorists, as this FBI.
Even though some of those people are in fact domestic terrorists, is that what you're saying? I'm not saying all of them. Some of them are, though. Can't investigate them, though. It's not fair.
The FBI should not be trying to recruit spies into Catholic parishes.
Can't be doing that, no. No, it's just not fair.
Significant corruption problem.
Oh, God.
In the FBI.
So
and also,
corrupt.
I'm sad to say, I think the Department of Justice. And I talked to her about that, and I said it's a huge priority of mine to see that cleaned up and to see the targeting of Catholics, Christians, conservatives. And listen,
God,
I could probably add journalists
poor
to the list,
Catholics.
because let's not forget the
Just
number
being
of times
unfairly
that the
targeted.
database.
I literally can't think of one instance. But hey, okay, buddy. Unless, wait, does he mean like the internal investigations that the Catholic Church did for themselves? Is that what he's talking about?
Database has been queried wrongly, including probably many of you standing here in this pool. That has got all of that has got to stop. It has got to stop.
Did
And I think
Cash
she
Patel's
understands
name come up at all?
we didn't talk about cash.
The president, when he pardoned
Here we
Hunter
go.
Biden, suggested that he thought the prosecution of his son were political. Did that come up at all? And how does that dovetail with your view about political prosecutions in the DOJ?
It didn't come up here, but I will say that I think what President Biden did is absolutely abusive of the rule of law. Number one,
Abusive
how
of the
long
rule
now
of
that he
law.
did not pardon his
How
son.
dare he?
The reasons he gave earlier.
It is an abuse of the rule of law. Did he just say it because he said he wouldn't do it? That's right. Yeah, it's an abuse of the rule. He's right. Josh is right. We should stop abusing the rule of law. If you say you're gonna do something, you better stick to it. Otherwise, that's a crime.
Illegal.
Number one, he said for how long now that he would not pardon his son. The reasons he gave earlier for saying he wouldn't were persuasive. The reasons he gave now for changing his view midstream are totally unpersuasive.
Oh,
and
God.
I think the idea that he would use the pardon power to protect his closest family member.
That he would do
and
such a
not, by
thing.
the way, you've all seen the pardon now. It is truly
Ah.
sweeping.
Ah.
It sweeps in all
So
of his Ukrainian activity. It
yeah.
sweeps in all of his foreign dealings. It is stunning.
It is.
This, let's be honest, Hunter.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, can you believe it? Oh, the outrage. Oh, God, he can't even... Oh, I can barely even finish the sentence right now. I'm Josh Hawley. Can you even consider what I'm going through right now? I'm being Josh Hawley right now, thinking about this. This is very painful for me. Don't you get it? Like, this is a absolute miscarriage of justice. Joe Biden said he would do a thing, and then instead of doing that thing, he did a different thing. And that is unacceptable. Something that Donald Trump did time and time again. Both literally that not saying he wouldn't do things, but also pardoning people. Hey, BB, thank you for the beautiful lemony super sticker. All right, is that enough of Josh Hawley? I think it is. I think we get it. He's outraged. He's upset. He's got his pearls in hand. He's clutching hard. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news to round this all off. This is yeah. Donald Trump reacts to Joe Biden's pardon. Hold on. Oh, here we go. President-elect Donald Trump and his allies have long accused Hunter Biden and his father of engaging in illegal foreign business deals. but have never produced clear evidence.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
In a statement on social media, President-elect Donald Trump said, oh, we already did this one. Will the J6ers also get pardons at the same time as Hunter? I guess that's an option that Joe Manchin didn't consider. Oh my god. Okay. Now, you know what's weird? It's almost like everybody forgot. I don't know, period between 7 and 3-ish years ago, 4 years ago. About, not even quite 4 years ago, according to YouTube, which is technically correct. That being the slew, the goddamn hurricane of pardons that Donald Trump dropped during his presidency at the beginning and at the end. He really just was pardoning people all over the goddamn place. And most of them had connections to him in one way or another. Not all of them, but many of them had connections to him personally. Let's start first with somebody who I don't think he wasn't directly connected to. This guy really was out talking about how much he loved Trump and doing all the stuff that Trump loved. But I don't think Trump actually appointed him or anything like that. But yeah, let's talk about Joe Arpaio, if you remember him. Here's one of the guys Trump pardoned 7 years ago.
Mr. Trump sparing former Arizona Sheriff Joe Arpaio possible jail time. Now, critics say it's a free pass for a man who illegally targeted immigrants.
Illegal.
Reporter Dave Bryan with a reaction.
Was Sheriff Joe convicted for doing his job?
On Tuesday night in Phoenix, President Trump charged up the crowd of supporters by raising the case of Arizona Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was found in criminal contempt for continuing to target Latino drivers to be pulled over by deputies, violating a court order banning the racial profiling. The president teased the crowd, saying he wasn't going to pardon Arpaio that night because, with a wink and a nod, he didn't want to cause any controversy.
I'll make a prediction. I think he's going to be just fine, okay?
And sure enough, 3 days later, he was right. On a night when most...
Why would it cause controversy? I wonder why. Oh, because the very practice which Joe Arpaio was attempting to institute was immensely racist, just on its face, just by wording. Not even just in practice. Of course, in practice it was racist too. But like if you don't know, it was just they were literally pulling over anybody who appeared Mexican, essentially. I mean, that was, I don't remember the exact wording, but that was it. That was pretty much it. If you look Mexican, well, get ready to be pulled over. If you're within, I don't know, 50, 100 miles of the border or something like that. I forget exactly what the what it all was, but it was bad.
Americans were focused on news about a devastating hurricane slamming into the Gulf Coast states. The White House quietly announced President Trump pardoned one of the most controversial law officials in the country.
A pardon at this point would simply gratuitously bless what he did, and what he did is monstrous. He engaged in unconstitutional racial discrimination, and when a federal court called him on that, he openly defied that order. So this would be a gross misuse of the pardon power.
But the White House has
a
very different view of Arpaio, putting out its own statement on the pardon, saying after more than 50 years of admirable service to our nation, he is a worthy candidate for a presidential pardon.
So admirable, such admirable racism, he deserves the presidential pardon, of course. Great job, Joe. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say on this moment.
In the middle of Hurricane Harvey hitting on Friday night, you chose to pardon former Sheriff Joe Arpaio. I wonder if you could tell us what was behind your thinking for issuing a pardon for the sheriff, and as well, what do you say to your critics, even some in your own party, who say it was the wrong thing to do?
Well, a lot of people think it was the right thing to do, John, and actually, in the middle of a hurricane,
A lot of people think it was right.
evening, I assumed the ratings would be far higher.
Like David Duke, he told me it was a good idea.
Was just starting. and I put it out that I had pardoned, as we say, Sheriff Joe. He's done a great job for the people of Arizona. He's very strong on borders, very strong on illegal immigration. He is loved in Arizona. I thought he was treated
so loved
unbelievably
by certain
unfairly
people,
when
not everybody.
they came down with their big decision to go get him right before the election voting started, as you know, and he lost in a fairly close election. He would have won the election, but they just hammered him just before the election. I thought that was a very...
Is Joe Arpaio dead now? Yeah. That's good.
Unfair thing to do. When I mentioned him the other night, you saw the massive crowd we had. The people went crazy when I said, what do you think of Sheriff Joe, or something to that effect. The place went absolutely crazy when I was in Arizona last week. And as far as pardons are concerned, I actually did this just before the meeting because I assumed that somebody would ask me the question. I didn't know it would be you, as you can attest. You didn't even know you were going to be called. But I thought I would. And, you know, Sheriff Joe is a great veteran of the military, great law
veteran.
enforcement person.
Very great. He's still alive? Motherfucker. Who said he was dead? Who misled me? It's very sad. Okay. Now, let's talk about somebody else who got a pardon at one point. But we're gonna do this a little chronologically. You're gonna go back even further before the pardon and talk about some of his crimes. 10 years ago now. Dinesh D'Souza.
Dinesh D'Souza, who was charged in January with illegally using straw donors to contribute to a 2012 New York Republican Senate race.
Illegal.
In other words, he basically told a couple of friends, I want you to donate the maximum to this candidate, Wendy Long. She's a friend of mine. And I'll give you the money. But I need to use you as fronts so that I get more money into her coffers. His lawyer, Benjamin Brofman, has said the donation was an act of misguided friendship. And the lawyer contends that D'Souza was targeted because of his consistently caustic and highly publicized criticism of President Obama.
Oh, poor Dinesh.
Now, Preet Bharara, the U.S. attorney in Manhattan, did not comment. But in papers it filed with the court said the claim was entirely without merit. D'Souza's illegal action came about because of a review by the FBI's New York office of campaign filings of both parties for the seat held by Senator Gillibrand. They found that initially D'Souza donated $10,000 to the Long campaign. He was told that that exceeds the maximum. You can only do $2,500 in the primary, $2,500 in the general. You've exceeded by $5,000. So in an amended form, D'Souza wrote that my wife actually gave the other $5,000.
Oh.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
But you got to say that, huh? You
just wait.
The wife. She did. She gave the money. But it turns out that things are not so great in the D'Souza household.
I don't like my wife's money.
And
how much?
The wife said, no. I did not authorize that contribution. I didn't even know it was being made.
What'd you drum up?
And that basically set up some red flags.
No kidding.
Prosecutors also said in the filing they had obtained a copy of a recording made surreptitiously last October by the husband of a woman that Mr. D'Souza was involved with romantically around the time of the donations.
Oh boy.
Which dovetails with the wife also being like, wait, no, I didn't give any contributions. And I'm happy to tell you that because I'm separated from my husband. Apparently, in this recording, because somebody wanted to know what D'Souza was doing with his wife, the husband was just freelancing here. The woman, Denise Joseph, who was one of the alleged straw donors, was recorded as saying that Mr. D'Souza had told her that if he were charged, he might plead guilty, but would initially plead not guilty because that, quote, gives him a window of opportunity to get his story out there.
Oh.
In other words, to have more YouTube hits.
Yeah, you gotta know how to play these things on the PR game. Come on, Sam. By the way, I think this was around the time that I found the Majority Report. This is like basically the era where I first found BreadTube in general. I mean, YouTube was basically a pretty new thing at this point. Not super new, but I mean, this is old school right here.
And raise money for his legal defense fund, ostensibly. So Dinesh D'Souza hoisted on his own petard.
Can we just say also what a fucking moron? Like the guy he tells, like, hey, you know who I'd love to run my legal strategy for my numerous violations of campaign finance laws? Well, obviously I'll involve my wife in it, clearly, because who else? And then I want to run that strategy by the guy whose wife I'm sleeping with.
Well, no, he doesn't run it by the guy. I think that the husband was taping
the
his
guy
wife.
completely served.
That's what I believe it was.
Oh, wow. Okay, I misread that.
That's the sense I
thought there was like a conversation that included the guy.
No, I believe.
No, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
I still have that Peacock guy in my mind.
Right. And the problem, of course, that D'Souza has, too, is that, you recall that he blamed 9/11 on part because of the socially liberal ideology of
Yeah. Oh, God. New York is just too woke. New York is too woke. That's why Al-Qaeda and the Taliban are so mad. Times Square couldn't have it. Now, 4 years after this, Donald Trump, he is in the presidency. Dinesh has been actively helping his campaign, or helped him get elected, essentially. But he's still a convicted, I think he's convicted at this point, criminal. But, Donald Trump, King Trump to the rescue.
We start with a Fox News alert. President Trump granting a full pardon to Dinesh D'Souza, the conservative author and filmmaker who pleaded guilty to campaign finance fraud in a New York Senate election, but is now breathing a sigh of relief.
All right, Dinesh D'Souza joins us right now for his first TV interview.
Oh, look at look at Pete. Oh, look at Pete. He's such a spring chicken here. Now, oh boy, this was a simpler time for Pete. This stuff is real. We're not even going to talk about Pete. This is the only time we're going to talk about Pete this entire stream, so you better soak it all up right now. But boy, is Pete having a tough time right now. This was a much simpler time for him.
What was it like to get the call from the president? Did you know it was coming?
I did not know. I was in my office just working away, and the operator came on the line and said, is this Dinesh D'Souza? Yes. Hold the line for the President of the United States.
Okay.
And there was Trump. And the president said, Dinesh, you've been a great voice for freedom.
Are you on a first name basis?
And he said that, I got to tell you, man to man, you've been screwed. He goes, I've been looking at the case. I knew from the beginning that it was fishy. But he said upon reviewing it, he felt a great injustice had been done. And
yeah, fishy is certainly one way to put it. Although I wouldn't use that as justification for a pardon. If anything, the fishiness is what I think led not only to the investigation, but also the conviction. Hegseth, you can see though, he's soaking this all up right now. He's loving it.
Sort of clear the slate. And he said he just wanted me to be out there, to be a bigger voice than ever, defending the principles that I believe in.
Dinesh, you tweeted this out. Obama and his stooges tried to extinguish my American dream and destroy my faith in America. Thank you, Donald Trump, for fully restoring both. Why do you feel like...
Okay, there's another example of a Donald Trump pardoning. And boy, we're only touching the surface right now. Just scratching it. Let's go to this guy. And you know, I just realized I need to pull something else up for this, just to make my life slightly easier. So yeah, let's go here. Elliot Broidy. This guy also got a Donald Trump pardon. I don't actually have I could not find a video containing the pardoning, but I do have a quick clip discussing some of his shit that was going down about 5 years ago while Donald Trump was in office. Hold on, I gotta pull up the Donald Trump pardon list. There it is. Got it. Got it. There we go. And because one of the reasons why I bring this up is because of well, the reason I need to bring this up is just I need some of these details here that aren't going to be in this video, I don't think. When did he do the pardon? I think it was 3 years ago, right? This might be out of order technically. I feel bad. I've led you astray. This is out of order. Literally and figuratively. Oh, god damn it. Where is this guy? So we went to the later... He was one of the later pardons, wasn't he? Son of a bitch. Where is this bastard? Broidy. Oh my god, this is killing me. It's hilarious how long it takes to go through this. Oh, here we go. All right, before we want... All right, well, we'll watch this and then I'll read it. Watch this and I'll read. Watch and read. Here we go. CBS News. 5 years ago.
A federal grand jury in New York is investigating top Republican fundraiser Elliot Broidy. He served as vice chair for President Trump's inaugural committee. The panel is looking into whether Broidy used his relationship with the president to strike business deals with foreign leaders. Prosecutors are investigating whether Broidy violated...
Wait, so you're telling me that Elliot Broidy did the exact same thing Republicans are literally creating an entire outrage factory over Hunter Biden with? This guy used his relationship to the president to enrich himself in business relationships overseas? Oh boy, okay. But let's read a little bit more on what happened here. This is from Wikipedia's list, extensive list of Donald Trump's pardons. He was pardoned on January 19th, 2021. This is out of order. It should be further down because it's along with the sort of shotgun pardoning that he did right before he left office. As you can tell by the date, day before inauguration. But Broidy, a California businessman and Republican fundraiser, was a major donor to Trump's 2016 presidential campaign and Trump's inauguration, and was a deputy finance chairman for the Republican National Committee. He pleaded guilty in October 2020 to conspiring to violate foreign lobbying laws by accepting $9 million from Julo, a fugitive Malaysian businessman, in order to influence the Trump administration's Justice Department. Huh. Weird. Weird. Am I taking crazy pills?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
What's going on? Now, don't forget, And I know I did this out of order. But don't forget, Donald Trump not only pardoned a bunch of people that he knew and liked, and who liked him a lot, and were very vocal about how much they liked him. And people, you know, who gave him money. People who are going to be in his future administration and who were in his last administration. He also did not forget to pardon as many war criminals as he could find. American war criminals, of course. People in things like Blackwater, as well as just American soldiers who, you know, killed civilians in the Middle East. Did torture, stuff like that.
President Trump may issue pardons to several Americans convicted of committing war crimes. CBS News has learned the pardons could include a former Army Green Beret charged with killing an unarmed Afghan and a former Blackwater security contractor accused of killing unarmed civilians. David Martin is at the Pentagon with more on this. David, good morning.
Good morning. These are all controversial cases in which supporters of the accused have argued that the ugly realities of war should not be treated as crimes.
Oh, of course not.
My daughter was a year and a half when he went to prison, and she's 6.
I'm sorry, we're not going to listen to this psychopath talk. I am so sorry. This woman, I mean, she's completely insane. Like, I get it, it's her husband, but this dude literally committed war crimes. She's like, we haven't seen him in so long. Why can't he just come home? I know he killed a bunch of Afghani families, but why can't our family be together?
Accused of opening fire on Iraqi civilians in 2007. He's been in prison for 4 years.
We're really hopeful that they'll take a look at it and say, you know what, this doesn't make sense.
It does make sense, though. It definitely does. I forgot how frustrating this one was. Let's go here. This is Washington Post from 4 years ago. Talking about the same shit.
All right, a story that no one else in the mainstream media is covering. It's good TV. It's a good story.
Clint Lawrence killed the enemy, and yet he's serving in prison today.
The soldier done wrong by the federal government, and it's like, dude, the rest of the platoon's right over here, and we're telling you you're wrong. Was there anybody in the platoon that was with Clint that said that that was the wrong decision? That I don't rightly know.
He ordered the killing of civilians. Made me sick.
I'm not saying that he didn't make mistakes, but war is ugly, war is messy.
It made me sick that he wasn't even allowed to wear the uniform again.
I really appreciate my new American family.
Lawrence was released Friday from the U.S. military prison Fort Leavenworth.
He came out, he hugged his parents, we gave him a pardon.
We finally have a commander-in-chief that understands our mission.
They want a soldier who they believe was wrongly accused to be freed from prison, and that's not so bad if that was the case. But it's not.
All he was trying to do is protect his men to keep them from going home in body bags.
You can't make the story that because it sells.
Anyway, we're glad you're home.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
The country owes you an apology.
Yeah, fuck you, Hannity. You owe the country an apology.
It tainted all of our Army careers with murder.
Clint Lawrence was convicted of war crimes, championed by conservative media, pardoned by the president.
This shit is so fucking horrifying. And he pardoned a whole group of guys in this, in this moment. It wasn't just him. And they all were accused of doing some pretty horrific shit. Including one guy who posed with a dead civilian corpse. For a photo.
But the men of 1st Platoon want to set the record straight.
I'm Zach Thomas. I was a fire support specialist of 1st Platoon, 473 Cab, Charlie Troop.
My name is Mike McGinnis. I ran platoons as a staff sergeant.
I was Private First Class Lucas Gray. I was a designated marksman in weapons platoon. I wanted to do good. I wanted to, serve my country.
It's misguided.
As naive as that sounds, that's what I wanted to do.
It does sound naive.
I was excited to go to Afghanistan, like, lots of cherry privates are. Kind of faded real quick once I was actually there.
1st Platoon deployed to Afghanistan in 2012. Over a decade into the war, the Taliban were still strong. the fighting took its toll.
At a certain point, it became less about the patriotism and all that, and it just became more about being in a unit with my friends, you know, with my family, and just trying to make it through.
3 months in, they were sent to a remote southern village. In a matter of weeks, they lost 4 men to injury, including the leader of their platoon.
Everything happened in the span of these few weeks.
Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna move this forward slightly. I'm not gonna watch all 15 minutes of this thing. I guess, is this where it jumps into this? Damn. This was further along.
Lawrence had spent 5 months in Afghanistan on a fortified base. He had never seen combat.
Clint Lawrence is an office dweller. He never should have been given a field command. He showed zero aptitude for it.
He came in with his own set of rules and how he was going to control our area. He said this was going to be red zone of basic training. Red zone of basic training is when people are the hardest on you. They try to crack you. And that was his plan for our area. We're going to crack the locals.
The 1st platoon had spent months trying to win the locals' trust.
Our officer would sit down with the elders, talk to them about stuff that had been going on. You know, do you need anything? What could we do to make things better?
It's guys like this that absolutely sort of created, is not just him, of course. I mean, U.S. foreign policy is certainly a huge part of this, but it's people on the ground who are going against things like attempts to actually work within the community that have made Afghanistan into what it is now, right? With these sorts of atrocities against civilians and intentionally just terrorizing these people, it gave people like the Taliban justification and all sorts of other stuff. That, you know, we were supposedly there to stop them from being in power. You know, if that's your reason for being there, maybe don't be worse than the Taliban, I guess.
I remember shooting a slingshot with one of the kids trying to hit a Coke can. He just thought it was the coolest thing ever. Those are the people we were there protecting. That is why we were there. And I don't believe that he saw that.
3 days into his command, Lawrence told the men that the rules of engagement had changed.
Lawrence comes out from the tent and he's like, hey, you know, we're allowed to fire at people on motorcycles. And I was like, that doesn't sound right, because everybody in Afghanistan rides around on a motorcycle.
No, this is insane. This is fucking insane. He's basically just saying, kill all civilians on vehicles.
At people on motorcycles. And I was like, that doesn't sound right, because everybody in Afghanistan rides around on a motorcycle.
Where do you think he got that from?
He made it up.
Jesus Christ.
We were going to go into the village, pull people out of their houses and threaten them. I kind of got that nagging feeling that something bad was going to happen.
It started as a standard foot patrol through the grape fields to the village to meet with local elders. On their way, they saw 3 men on a motorcycle. They were almost 200 yards away and appeared to be unarmed. Lawrence said, "Why aren't you shooting yet?" One soldier fired and missed. The bike stopped. The other soldiers held their fire. "Smoke 'em," Lawrence ordered over the radio.
Wow.
From the armored vehicle
not even
nearby,
there.
a gunner
Not even
opened
there.
fire.
It's just ordering.
2 of
these
the men were
fucking
killed.
Murders.
The 3rd ran away.
This is disgusting.
When the weapon fired, it's just like I got knocked out and I blacked out. I can't remember very much about it. I was kind of scared, angry, disgusted. I was nauseous. I was really, really, really nauseous. I knew, I knew something terrible had happened.
Lawrence's men turned him in that night. A year later, 14 of them testified at his trial. He was convicted of murder and sent to prison.
So I figured Lawrence, he would go to prison and that would be the end of it. I didn't think there'd be this huge media storm. But there
certainly was.
The military justice system
Pete
can
Hegseth
and will be manipulated
was at
by
the head of this.
prosecutors who want to put our guys behind bars.
Pete, always remember that Pete Hegseth was at the head of this shit. When I was doing the list of Trump nominee stuff, I was going through all of his, all of this started coming up when I started going through the goddamn annals of YouTube. He had the fucking most disgusting takes on all this. He's like, these people are there to do exactly what they did. There is nothing wrong with anything that any soldiers ever done. Anybody that would question what soldiers have to do on the battlefield, especially when it comes to killing civilians, you know, is an un-American asshole, essentially, was his take on most of this stuff. And it's horrifying. We're not done talking about this particular pardonings. At least 15 were pardoned by Donald Trump. This is 3 years ago, Al Jazeera English.
Abdulhamid Rahim was shot by an American contractor on what has been described as one of the darkest days of US involvement in Iraq.
I was on a bus when the shooting started. Heavy fire came towards us. I felt the first bullet hit my leg as I scrambled off. I kept running towards the bus station, then I got hit again. When I stopped, I was hit a third time. I felt like the bones in my leg had exploded. I fell down and started to crawl. There was utter chaos. People were terrified, trying to save themselves.
This video was filmed after the attack. 14 Iraqis, including 2 children, were killed and at least 20 others injured when a heavily armed convoy of contractors with the American security company Blackwater opened fire at a busy intersection in the capital, Baghdad. The company, set up by a former US Navy SEAL in the late 1990s, sent hundreds of former soldiers to Iraq in the aftermath of the 2003 US-led invasion. Blackwater was paid hundreds of millions of dollars by the US State Department to protect visiting dignitaries. The company said its men started shooting during the 2007 incident in Baghdad in self-defense. But that was eventually proven not to be the case in a US court of law.
For years, many Iraqis saw the events that unfolded here on Nisr Square on September the 16th, 2007, as an example of how America thought that it could do what it wanted in Iraq and never be called to account. So they were relieved in 2014 when a US federal court sentenced 4 Blackwater employees to lengthy jail terms, including 1 life sentence. The pardoning of those 4 men by President Trump, for the victims at least, means that justice has still not been done.
Baghdad-based lawyer Hassan Jaber and his son suffered multiple gunshot wounds as they crouched in their car. Both miraculously survived.
When I heard about Trump's decision, I was shocked and disappointed. We are the victims and those men are the murderers. I thought the U.S. justice system was independent, but it seems justice is affected by U.S. politics. Trump's decision is another example of his failures in his policy towards Arabs and the Middle East.
Abdulhamid Rahim shares those thoughts. He flicks through old pictures of himself in hospital after operation.
This is just horrifying. And the fact that people like Pete Hegseth thinks that those guys were rightly let off of their crimes by Donald Trump. And he wishes, you know, that nobody ever saw any sort of justice for war crimes, certainly not American ones. And Donald Trump, I mean, this is what we're about to get in the future. And this is, I mean, there's another example of people Donald Trump pardoned. Remember, we're talking about the Hunter Biden pardon for the lie on a gun form, for saying he wasn't addicted to drugs at the time, and for having not filed his taxes while being addicted to drugs. Would you say that those things, what we just watched and what I just mentioned as to Hunter Biden, are somehow equivalent in any fucking way? Be real, right? Like, anybody thinking that has literally lost their fucking minds. But no. This precedent-setting pardon from Joe Biden for Hunter on this double federal offense never before seen. Legal system will never recover. Two-tier justice system. I mean, my God. What in the fuck are we talking about? I'm afraid we have to take a break because it's that time. We're going to get right back to this, though. This is going to take up a whole bunch more time. I don't know how deep we're going to get into this stream today. If we will even get to... I really hope we get to Syria and North Korea. Fingers crossed. We only have 115 videos to get through tonight, and I think we've gotten through at least 20. So we're doing pretty good. Okay. We need to do this, though. Alrighty. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, don't forget to hit the like button and also subscribe so you don't miss out on any of the goddamn galactic content. How will you know when the stream is live? If you're not subscribed, it's impossible. You just can't do it. Unless you have some sort of special telekinetic ESP, whatever, powers of foresight, spidey sense of some kind. Anyway, once you've done both of those things, of course, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways to contribute these days. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course my favorite, Patreon, where the most pure galactic symbiosis can occur. I gets the monies, you gets the bennies. So many sweet, sweet galactic benefits available to you on Patreon. Getting a galactic avatar here on set. Shoutouts every stream, content, secret Discord channel. What could possibly be stopping you? Certainly not the price, as it's only $3 US a month. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break, and I will be right back. know what that means. It means it's time for you to get back to your seats, Space fans. Otherwise, you're going to miss this upcoming galactic content. Alrighty, getting back to it. Boy, do we have a lot more to go on this talk. And the fact is, we're barely scratching the surface. I'm going with the big names. Most of the big names, and the most, shocking, in my opinion. Although there's, I probably missed some, and people will object to that. But, you know what, I'm one man, and there's 150 or so of these things to get through. So, I'm gonna do what I can. Alright, where did I leave off? Ah, yes. We just ended with Elliot Broidy, I think. Oh, no, not Broidy. We were doing the Blackwater criminals and other war criminals, U.S. war criminals in Iraq and Afghanistan. Alright, let's talk about this guy. If you don't remember this little dealio, back about, what was it, 5 years ago now, Maria Butina, the Russian spy, who was extradited from this country to Russia, I believe, if I recall correctly. She had an accomplice. His name was Paul Erickson. And Trump pardoned him too. 3 years ago. First we'll watch the video, and then then I'll read some of this fascinating bio.
Good evening. A South Dakota man who admitted to defrauding investors of more than $1 million received a last-minute pardon from President Donald Trump. Paul Erickson also made national headlines because of his relationship with Russian agent Maria Butina. KELOLAND's Angela Kennedy begins investigating Erickson back in 2017. She joins us now with what unfolded in his case.
In our 2017 KELOLAND News investigation, the KELOLAND Kremlin Connection, we reported that South Dakota native Paul Erickson was in the middle of a congressional investigation into collusion between Trump's political campaign and the Russians. In a 2016 email titled Kremlin Connection, Paul Erickson told a Trump campaign advisor he could set up a meeting between Trump and Putin.
We live in a time of a testing of public character.
The Vermilion.
Now, he didn't just do that. He also pled guilty to charges of wire fraud and money laundering, in which he participated in a scheme that bilked over $5.5 million from 80 investors in the 90s as well.
Was dating Russian operative Maria Butina, and together they formed a limited liability company in 2016 in South Dakota called Bridges. But the purpose of that company is unknown. During our 2017 investigation, I reached Erickson.
Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't just the 90s. This scheme actually went on for 20 years. Holy shit, it went to 2018. It included a scheme involving fake housing in the Bakken oil fields in North Dakota. Erickson told investors that they would receive returns of up to 150%. That's a classic Ponzi scheme. Holy shit. This guy is wild.
Through his Sioux Falls apartment speaker, he told us he was answering from the East Coast.
I was wondering if you would be willing to talk to us about what the New York Times is reporting.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
You trying to set up a meeting between President Trump and Putin.
Oh, yeah, it didn't exactly happen that way. But.
Erickson attended the 2016 Trump inauguration with Maria Butina. He was believed to be U.S. Person 1 in court documents related to the Butina federal investigation. Those documents say U.S. Person 1 was used to help Butina make connections with right-wing politicians. Butina was deported to Russia in 2019 after admitting she sought to infiltrate conservative political groups to promote Russia's agenda. Ericsson's pardon was supported by Kellyanne Conway.
Of course.
A Trump administration statement on Ericsson's
Gotta
pardon
get Kellyanne in there.
Mr. Ericsson's conviction was based off the Russian collusion hoax.
Oh, of course.
After finding no grounds to charge him with any crimes with respect to connections with Russia, he was charged with a minor financial crime.
Thanks, Kellyanne. Great. Well, that's why Trump pardoned him, of course. It was just the Russia collusion hoax. We can just forget all about that one. Now, around this exact same time, Donald Trump also pardoned Roger Stone. Good old Roger.
We begin with a developing story. President Trump is back in South Florida, but not before issuing several high-profile pardons. Among them, former...
By the way, I don't know about you, but me personally, while watching this, all I can think about is what we were listening to earlier. Is, you know, Joe Biden setting a precedent. Joe Biden has set a precedent. Has Joe Biden set a precedent? Oh, I don't know. Has Joe Biden set a precedent? Oh, was it Joe Biden who did the precedent? How does precedent? What is the definition? Did we look at the definition of precedent earlier? I can't remember now. It's all blending together.
We begin with a developing story. President Trump is back in South Florida, but not before issuing several high-profile pardons. Among them, former campaign advisor and South Florida resident Roger Stone. Stone's conviction for lying to Congress during the Russia investigation is now erased. The president had already commuted Stone's 40-month prison sentence earlier this year.
Also pardoned just a few hours ago, former Trump campaign
and Manafort. Ooh, look at this. It's a twofer. It's a threefer. Is that Charles Kushner right there too? Oh boy, it's a threefer. CBS is trying to do my job for me. Unacceptable.
This year.
Also pardoned just a few hours ago, former Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort and Charles Kushner, the father of the president's son-in-law Jared Kushner. Trump has...
Just draining the swamp. Nobody watch while I do it. Totally fine. Just setting a precedent. Actually, I don't think I need to switch over because I mean, we were already talking about Manafort. Let's go and talk a little bit about Manafort. Ooh, excuse me.
U.S. President Donald Trump has swept away the top convictions made in the Russia probe after he pardoned two more allies, ex-campaign manager Paul Manafort and a close associate Roger Stone on Wednesday. It was the second wave of pardons and commutations in as many days as Trump faces the end of his term. He also gave clemency to Charles Kushner, father of his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Manafort and Stone had both declined to cooperate with the investigation into Russia's meddling in the 2016 election. The day before, Trump pardoned two other major figures in the investigation, Michael Flynn, his former national security advisor, and George Papadopoulos, a former advisor.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Manafort and Roger Stone were completely complicit in attempting to basically protect Donald Trump from any sort of ramifications for the legal stuff that people were doing, whether it was within the administration or Donald Trump himself, in collusion with foreign agents like Russia, whether or not it was proven to have been actual crimes. Well, some people certainly did commit crimes. That much is clear. And it's just, you know, it's a little wild that we even have to go back and talk about all of this. Like people have somehow forgotten all of the clearly self-involved pardons that Donald Trump did. Were some of them justified? The ones we've talked about? No. In terms of the whole scope of them, maybe a couple of them in there out of the 150 or so pardons that he did in commutations. If you count the commutations, I think it's over 150. It's a lot, though.
It was the first in Trump's inner circle to face charges brought by special counsel Robert Mueller as part of the Russia probe. Trump's pardon relieved the bulk of his 7.5-year sentence. Manafort tweeted a statement in response. Words cannot fully convey how grateful we are.
I'm trying to remember what Manafort sounds like. What does he sound like?
Statement in response.
Mr. President, my family and I humbly thank you for the presidential pardon you bestowed on me. Words cannot fully convey how grateful we are. I think that's what Paul Manafort sounds like. I generally cannot remember. Where's he from again? It's probably a very bad Manafort impression. But we shall tarry not. We must continue on. Talk about some of the other Trump orbiter assholes here that got the pardon. Let's go to Steve Bannon. Old Steve. His chief strategist. I wonder if that's a self-involved pardoning. Is that similar to pardoning, like, I don't know, say your son? How about pardoning all of your friends? Does that count? as a lump sum, one for one, one for group? How about that? Thanks, Daily Mail. Great job. All right, MSNBC, take it away. 3 years ago.
53 minutes after the hour, we would normally head straight to a commercial break right now. But there is this.
Ooh, but they have to forego the capitalism.
Specifically, this early piece of journalism.
That's when you know it is serious, folks. When MSNBC is willing to forego the ad dollars for a story, oh boy, better buckle up.
There is this from the New York Times, specifically this early piece of journalism from Maggie Haberman tonight. President Trump has granted clemency to Stephen K. Bannon, the former White House chief strategist, who was charged with defrauding people who supported building a border wall that Mr. Trump supported, White House officials said. The president made the decision after a day of frantic efforts to sway his thinking, including from Mr. Bannon, who spoke to him by phone earlier on Tuesday. The pardon was described as a preemptive move
preemptive.
That would effectively wipe away the charges.
That's fancy. It's like pre-crime. Instead of a pre-crime, it's a pre-pardon. It's what happens before the pre-crime.
A preemptive move that would effectively wipe away the charges against Mr. Bannon should he be convicted.
Well, it's post-crime,
he
pre-charges,
may not be the only
I guess,
one
actually. It sounds more fun to say pre-crime,
language like that.
Honestly, it does sound way more fun to say pre-crime because it gives you like Minority Report vibes. But yeah, technically it's post-crime, pre-trial charges, arraignment, things like that.
He may not be the only one with pardon language like that. In effect, to wipe away charges that have not yet been either brought or proven. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast,
better get the ones they haven't figured out yet.
The feds. It was a large vessel off the coast of Connecticut. Bannon was caught up in it, and the gist of the allegation was that people were urged to give money which would make it to the construction of the southern border.
Steve Bannon always looks like he's just gotten done drinking all day on a boat off of the Cape. Is that not the vibe you get from, or actually probably not the Cape, the Keys, down in Florida, something like that.
Wall with Mexico, the allegation was that that money instead was funneled to personal use. It was the feds who were involved. There was this rather triumphant scene outside what I think was his initial court appearance. A lot of media a lot of supporters across the street. Of course, the border wall has been a signature issue. Steve Bannon, early on in the Trump days, used some bracing language at the Conservative Political Action Group when a whole lot of people who hadn't had an introduction to him were taken aback by his use of language like destroy the administrative state. It was unknown exactly at the start of the Trump years what that kind of thing meant. We got a better idea of what that meant as the Trump years went on.
Yeah, we certainly did. There's fully normal guy, Stephen Bannon. Another Trump pardon. Guy who definitely committed crimes. And then there's apparently some fantasy crimes he also got pardoned for. Ones, just in case. You know how Republicans are all upset about, oh, it's like such a long time. How can it be so expansive? Well, he got pardoned for crimes he didn't commit. Talk about expansive. Oh, this guy. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, this fucking guy. This dude's a piece of work. Let's go here. Talk about this guy who got pardoned by Trump. A guy by the name of Randy Duke Cunningham, former representative, I think in California? I could be wrong on the state.
President Trump grants clemency to more than 100 people on his last full day in office. Fox 5's Eric Richards joining us now to break it all down. Eric?
Raul, good morning. Good morning, everyone. You know, this list does include 73 pardons and 70 commutations. It does not include any of the president's children nor himself. Now, one of the people granted a pardon was former local Congressman Randy Duke Cunningham. He was convicted of taking millions of dollars in bribes and was released from prison back in 2013. He used to live in Rancho Santa Fe, but now lives in Arkansas.
Now, I mean, he wasn't just taking bribes. This guy apparently had a veritable menu of bribes he was willing to take and what sort of kickbacks people would get for those bribes. I mean, it was elaborate, and he took millions of dollars from defense contractors, basically saying, "Hey, you give me 15,000 in contributions, you get 50,000 in contracts. You give me 50, you get like, ooh, it's like a sliding scale." Just draining the swamp, nobody watch.
I can't undo what I've done.
Oh, yeah.
But I can atone.
March 4th, 2006. Disgraced Congressman Randy Duke Cunningham appears outside U.S. District Court in San Diego, tearfully expressing regret for his crimes. He never went to trial, instead taking a plea deal. He was sentenced to 8 years and 4 months. Carol Lamb was United States Attorney for the Southern District of California in June of 2005 when the San Diego Union-Tribune published a story about a defense contractor's purchase of Cunningham's Del Mar home for far more than it was worth.
Who purchased it for more than $1 million and then 6 months later sold it for far less. And it looked very, very suspicious.
Lamb suspected it was a bribe. An investigation began. Search warrants were served, including on Cunningham's yacht, where a critical piece of evidence was found.
A bribe menu was found. It was a little piece of paper that actually listed, if you give me this much money, then you will get this much money in defense contracts.
Lamb says the investigation showed Cunningham used his position on the Defense Appropriations Committee to steer contracts to defense contractors who then lavished gifts on him.
Ooh,
the
fun.
scope of Cunningham's crimes made clear in his plea deal.
Who doesn't like getting lavished
The purchase of Cunningham's Del Mar
once in a
home,
while?
the subsequent payoff of the mortgage on his multi-million-dollar Rancho Santa Fe home, financial help purchasing a condo in Arlington, Virginia, payment of capital gains tax on the Del Mar home, the purchase and maintenance of the yacht called the Duke Stir,
Jesus
a
Christ.
Rolls-Royce for the congressman, and
Wow.
payments for a graduation party for Cunningham's daughter.
Why wouldn't? Well, of
along
course
with
not. Why not? Why
jewelry,
wouldn't
home
you?
furnishings and travel
You
and
got to do
hotel
that.
expenses.
You got to
The
do that.
evidence in
Oh
this
my God! I mean, yeah.
case
If
was
you're gonna
so-
have the Rolls Royce and all that, you might as well have the jewelry and the furnishings too, and the hotel. I mean, you might as well throw that in there. That's just sort of a side expense. Holy shit! And he's getting his taxes paid off. I mean, wow, what a deal. Well, Donald Trump drained the swamp, and he pardoned this guy too, of course. Why wouldn't he? I mean, what did this guy do wrong? He just benefited from, you know, a corrupt system of bribery with defense contractors. Who has a problem with that? Me? No. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't feign. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. Now let's talk about a guy. And I wish I could have... I literally looked for a... I couldn't find it. I couldn't find the old videos of Jon Stewart talking about Blagojevich. Blagojevich! If you forget who Blagojevich was, that guy was in government in Chicago. I think it was he governor of Chicago? I think he was governor of Chicago, if I recall correctly. This was a long time ago. I was pretty young when this all went down. But he was a bad boy. He was out. Oh my gosh. He was doing all the bad stuff. And this was at a time where it was almost, what's the word? Sort of groundbreaking, it was almost like precedent, right? Like he was really laying the groundwork for the future of corruption in many ways. This guy was all over the place. Yeah, let's talk about Rod Blagojevich.
In Chicago today, the jury said guilty 17 times as the former Illinois governor, Rod Blagojevich, was convicted of attempted extortion, bribery, conspiracy, and fraud. Dean Reynolds reports on the long descent of a high-flying politician.
Arrested, impeached, and now convicted, the normally outspoken former governor was almost at a loss for words.
Patty and I obviously are very disappointed in the outcome. I frankly am stunned.
Yeah.
There's not much left to say other than we want to get home to our little girls and talk to them and explain things to them and then try to sort things out.
While his first trial ended
Sounds
in a
really
hung
nice,
jury,
buddy.
today's finding was conclusive. Guilty on 17 of 20 corruption counts. The jury four-person.
In this instance, when it is someone representing the people, it crosses the line.
Along with various shakedown schemes, the most striking charge was that Blagojevich tried to enrich himself by selling or swapping President Obama's vacated U.S. Senate seat. A brazenness shocking even here in Illinois.
Yeah, no kidding.
A politician going to prison is not terribly unusual. Blagojevich never got anything for filling the seat and spent...
I never got it. That is unfortunate. You know, I put all this effort into it, you know.
2 years pleading his innocence on the talk show circuit and, lately, 7 days on the witness stand. The case rested on wiretaps of a profane governor plotting to cash in on his appointment power.
I mean, I've got this thing, and it's golden.
The defense saw that as the ramblings of a political blabbermouth. The prosecutors said it was enough to make Abraham Lincoln roll over in his grave.
Yep. 80 and some number of years ago. Oh, Rod. How I miss the simplicity of those old days. What was that, 2009? 2008? All right. Now, I think this might be the last of the Trump pardons. Oh, well, kind of. Not quite. Not quite. We're still going to be talking about this for a little bit. But this is one of the last people I thought we should really like sort of focus in on here. If you don't remember this, I don't blame you. There was a lot going on at this time. If you recall, January of 2021. But you may remember a guy by the name of Anthony Lewandowski. Now, if you don't know who he is, once again, I don't blame you. It was, it was one of like 100+ people Donald Trump chose to pardon, and he wasn't. The news story didn't get that enough coverage, honestly, at the time. It should have, didn't. I can guess why. But a guy by the name of Anthony Lewandowski used to work at Google. He was an engineer there. He then, while working there, decided, he had big dreams. Okay, let's just say that. Anthony had big dreams. And he just wanted to be more successful than he was at the time. He was making some good money at Google, but could he do better? Certainly. There must be better jobs than being an engineer at Google. So, he thought to himself, how do I do that? How do I achieve this life arc that I'm shooting for? And he said, ooh, I have an idea. How about I download, 40,000 or however many it was, or so, internally classified Google documents and trade secrets, put them on a little flash drive, and walked him over to Peter Thiel, who was at Uber, and trying to work out, some of the self-driving stuff. This is around 5 years ago, when all this was really, people were really trying to figure out if they could do this. And he was like, hey, well, I have some information here on this Google flash drive. Maybe you'd like to pay me for it. And Peter Thiel was more than excited about that. But Google found out about this. They weren't super stoked on it. Not gonna lie, for whatever reason. And they claimed this was illegal.
Illegal.
Secrets and subterfuge in Silicon Valley. A former Google engineer has been charged with stealing files from
what in the fuck? Was that Biden? Did you just? Am I losing my mind? Was that not Biden's voice just now?
Secrets and subterfuge in Silicon Valley. A former Google engineer has been charged with stealing files from Alphabet's self-driving car project and taking them to Uber, his new employer at that time. Dan Simon joins us now on this story. Dan, actually, this is a story that keeps coming back, quite frankly, because there was a civil case that was settled between Waymo or Alphabet and Uber. This is now criminal. Talk us through what we're seeing here.
Yeah, that's right, Julia. This is all about the alleged theft of trade secrets from one of the biggest and most well-known companies in the world, Google. And specifically, it involves a former lead engineer of Google's self-driving car unit, Anthony Lewandowski. Now, he's accused of using his personal laptop and downloading more than 14,000 files from...
Oh, 14,000. Sorry, I thought it was 40,000. That's better, actually. Just kidding. All right, let's let's go here. I'm sure Trump didn't pardon Lewandowski for this crime. Wait, what? He did?
Once again, there is a tech angle to the political news of the day because President Trump has pardoned ex-Waymo and Uber engineer Anthony Lewandowski. Quoting Engadget. A press release from the White House noted tech billionaires Peter Thiel and Palmer Luckey were among those supporting a pardon for Lewandowski.
No
and
kidding.
It makes the claim that this engineer...
You're telling me angel investor of Uber, Peter Thiel, board member, I think, of Uber. I don't think he's technically CEO. He's too busy for that. But yeah, you're telling me that Peter Thiel, big-time Trump donor and lover, would want somebody who helped his business to be pardoned? That is that is shocking. That almost sounds self-interested.
Quote, paid a significant price for his actions and plans to devote his talents to advance the public good, end quote. It also noted that his plea covered only a single charge, omitting mention of the 33 charges he'd been indicted on. He had been sentenced to 18 months in prison, but as TechCrunch reported at the time, was not required to report until the COVID-19 pandemic eased.
Okay, good enough there. So yeah, and there was there was not many stories on that. That was one of the only ones. Honestly, did not get enough talk, but like it's a clearly corrupt thing. And now Elon Musk, big time friend of Peter, genuine. They are friends. They have been friends since they were kids, pretty much. Well, like in college age years, essentially. They have known each other a long time. He's gonna be in the government. I mean, just filling the swamp back up. I emptied it, and I'm going to empty it a little more, but then we're going to put it right back in with even better swamp monsters. Did nobody heard that speech? That's right. That was always the plan. We have the technology. We can rebuild the swamp with better swamp things and attractions. It's going to be great, everybody. And Trump media is going to go straight to the top. Okay. Now, you remember 2 years ago, there was a lot of discussion. This was like right around the sort of trials, or the like the pinnacle of the Jan 6 trials. We're kind of wrapping up there. And Mitch McConnell was asked about some stuff Trump had said around this time. He was very upset that people were going to jail for this, for trying to steal democracy for him. But Mitch McConnell was asked some questions around this time. Let's see what he had to say.
How concerned are you about the former president offering pardons to people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th? And because of his comments, does he have the moral authority to be president again?
Well, I can speak for myself.
Okay.
The election of 2020 was decided December the 14th.
Interesting.
Of 2020, when the Electoral College certified the winner of the election. What we saw here on January the 6th was an effort to prevent the peaceful transfer of power from one administration to another.
Oh, okay.
Which had never happened before in our country.
Yeah, bad.
165 people have pleaded guilty to criminal behavior.
Illegal.
None of the trials have been finished yet, but 165 have pleaded guilty to criminal behavior. My view is I would not be in favor of shortening any of the sentences for any of the people who pleaded guilty to crimes.
So yeah, he would not be in favor of any of that. I wonder what Donald Trump's plans are as it relates to the Jan 6th criminals. I have some recent news on that. Here's a day ago. Donald Trump teases Jan 6th rioter pardons. Forbes breaking news. Speaker Carolyn Leavitt told the Washington Post in June Trump would decide on a case-by-case basis. Pardoning, was that Julian Assange? Yes, it is. Okay. The Justice Department could still bring charges against Trump after he leaves office, leaving open the possibility Trump could pardon. Holy shit, that's moving fucking fast. How am I supposed to read it out loud? Could pardon himself for potential future indictments before he leaves office. In Fulton County. Holy shit. Georgia election. Commutated or pardoned 250 people during his term.
Continent in the world. So we need you to succeed.
Great job. Okay. Now, I wanted to go back in time because and then doing or saying one thing and then doing another, right? It's not something that we've gotten a lot. Joe Biden may have lied about, you might have forgotten about. How about this one? Anybody remember this?
Look, I view myself as a bridge, not as anything else. There's an entire generation of leaders you saw stand behind me. They are the future of this country.
The New York Times reports that he's also considering pledging to serve only one term. Quote, framing Mr. Biden's 2020 campaign as a one-time rescue mission for a beleaguered country.
He's also questioned, whether this type of thing or serving one term is the right thing to do.
He's going to run for one term. I may end up, if I get elected, only having one term.
Biden pledging to serve only one term.
The Abrams strategy and the one-term pledge, both an effort to tamp down concerns about electing a 78-year-old president next year.
We're coming on the air with important news in the presidential race. President Joe Biden is officially running for re-election.
Ah.
President-elect Trump is vowing to
It's
impose
weird. Do you remember?
100% tariffs on.
Do you remember
BRICS
when the mainstream media was really upset that Joe Biden was running for that second term? Wait, hold on. Let's go to that footage. 1 second. Please hold. Okay, I'm struggling to find it, but we'll maybe come back to it later, I guess. I don't know. I'm not fine. Yeah. My research skills are just probably bad. Just bad. It's searching for stuff. It's my fault. It's my fault. They were doing it. I remember. Remember when Morning Joe was saying, "How dare!" Remember when Joe Scarborough and Mirko was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe Joe Biden is running for a second term. This is disgusting. He said one term. This is a lie. He did not stay. He did not stay to his word." Remember that? I remember. I guess like I don't know. It's like a. I don't. Maybe Oh, sorry. Wait, no. It's a fever dream. I'm having a fever dream. That's not reality.
I don't want reality.
Sorry, chat. I got confused. I got confused. That's right. Mika and Joe were yelling at people for suggesting that he was doing that. But it's, you know, you don't have time to call people on all of their lies. Selective. It's better to just be selective. And there's more, but we don't have time for that. We really don't. We got more stuff to talk about. I think most of you know some examples we could think of. I don't know, red lines that supposedly existed in some places. I remember ceasefires that were supposedly Israeli ones that never existed. Now let's go here to the future of the country. Donald Trump. Threatening 100. That's right, count it. 100. 100%. Motherfucking tariffs. On all BRICS nations, that's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Saudi Arabia, over their efforts to replace the US dollar.
Illegal. President-elect Trump is vowing to impose 100% tariffs on BRICS nations unless they commit to not developing a new currency. Trump made the declaration in a Truth Social post Saturday saying, quote, "There is no chance that the BRICS will replace the U.S. dollar in international trade, and any country that tries should wave goodbye to America." BRICS is a group comprised of 9 countries with emerging economies. They initially included Russia, China, India, Brazil, and South Africa. But earlier this year, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the United Arab Emirates formally joined the group. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins us now for more. Kelly, what effects would 100% tariff?
We're going to stop it right there. Thanks, Kelly. Kelly has literally nothing insightful to say here. I already listened to this one. But let's think about it here. Is that going to be a problem? Actually, you know what? I take it back. Let's listen to 10 seconds of what of what Kelly has to say. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, even though I've definitely already listened to this.
On these nations have on consumers.
So look, if they were actually implemented, prices would likely go up.
Likely? Why is she trying to sell it? Do you hear Kelly? This is why we're not listening to Kelly. Okay? Kelly is trying to sell the tariff. She's like, they'll probably go up. I don't know. Am I the financial correspondent for this network? It's like, hello, Kelly. It's not probably. It's a guarantee, stupid. What in the fuck is going on? Of course it's going to go up. There's literally no possible way in which they don't. Unless, I don't know. Here's one way, I guess. Unless businesses decide they no longer want to make money. And they're like, you know what? We are sick of making money. And actually, we're going to give everything away for free. Yay!
Follow the rich white man.
But 100% tariffs on just a few of the nations in BRICS would be utterly devastating to the United States. I mean, China, of course. I mean, I don't know if this 100%, because I assume Donald Trump knows China is in BRICS. So I assume the 100% tariff would be on top of the already existing tariffs and the other tariffs that he already promised for China. Which I guess means all Chinese goods will have a 250% tariff before ever reaching a consumer. Hold on, I need a drink. I'm dying. Oh God, please hold. Okay, that's much better. I needed that. I was getting dehydrated up here on the space station. Blasted myself with a space heater. Because the actual heating in this goddamn place is really on. Heating the whole space station is very expensive. Alright, honestly, I'm not actually in charge of heating the space station. If I'm being very real with you. Just the space heater. Okay, what were we talking about? Oh, right, we were talking about the goddamn tariff. And how, for instance, like, assuming China is in there, 250%. If you include the current tariffs and the other tariffs Trump already claimed he wants to add on there. Then, I mean, India is a big trade partner. They don't import a massive amount, but it's like nearly $100 billion worth, so it's not negligible. It would be bad, once again, for the United States, mostly in garments, but you start like adding these things up. Okay, China, suddenly electronics are way more expensive. Suddenly these, you know, it's like the list starts getting so fucking long. It's insane. The McKinley, the 2.0, you know, that's the era we're about to be in. Which, I mean, let's not forget what that led into. Not so good times. Okay, let's do a quick business look, since we're already talking businessy stuff. Let's go here to Reuters from a day ago. Market outlook.
After the best month of 2024 for Wall Street, is this as good as it gets? Welcome to Market Insight. I'm Elena Casas. The S&P 500 and the Dow closed out Friday at record highs, making November their best month for a year. Bonds were also up as the perception that Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary pick will be good for the market outweighed a slightly higher inflation number. Can stocks go much higher though? To find out, I'm joined now by Matt Miskin of John Hancock Investment Management. Matt, hi! One analyst we spoke to earlier said the Trump trade would flame out by Inauguration Day as the impact of higher tariffs and a likely higher deficit became clear. What do you think?
Well, if you go back to the 2016 election, that is exactly what happened, actually. The first month or two followed this really nice small cap breadth in terms of market and improvement in sentiment. But then actually after basically January, it was all priced in. And then it came back to fundamentals. Global stocks did better. Earnings were the driver of stocks. So right now, earnings haven't been growing that much. They were down last year. They're up a little bit this year. They've basically been sideways for 2 years. In our view, if stocks really want to move higher from here, we're going to need better earnings growth. The street's already looking for 15% earnings growth next year. We think that.
Do you hear that? This stock analyst thinks that they need more earnings growth for the stock market to keep doing what it's doing. More earnings growth? More? And the fact is we're not going to have Lena Khan at the FTC anymore, or Merrick Garland, or any of these people to try and tamp down on any of the price gouging. So, essentially, the only thing that they have left to do is to go back to price gouging as hard as they were. So I guess that means, something's going to have to give here.
Too high. We may need some time here to consolidate after such a good run.
Looking forward into 2025 then, what are you expecting from earnings? How close will they come to justifying those valuations?
So right now, again, the street's looking for 15%. We think it's probably mid-single digits, looking more like 5%. This is part of the valuation. So the forward PE ratio, which assumes a forward earnings estimate, is already embedded with 15% growth, and the PE ratio is 22 times. The highest in the last 30 years was the tech bubble, and that was 24 times. So we only have 10% more upside on valuation from here.
So yeah, not only are we at all-time prices, but valuations, as those are apparently quite important to stock market watchers, are also incredibly close to being at all-time highs, just on an average basis. Oh boy, that's probably not good. Seems like a casino to you, huh? Yeah, about that. While we're talking about financial stuff, I thought that this would be a great little story here for us to wrap up with. Oh, actually, wait, let me do this in reverse order. Hold on. No, I meant to put this. No, I meant to put this at the end. Go here. These are actually two good stories to wrap up with here. Let's go here to Reuters from a day ago. Poor Elon Musk. He's working so hard at the Tesla factory. He got the stockholders to approve a record-sized pay package at whatever it was, $60 billion. But Delaware courts, which I believe is technically where it's incorporated, so they're the ones who I think have purview over this sort of thing. They're saying to Elon Musk, that is
illegal.
Elon Musk still can't have his $56 billion pay package.
Oh, God.
That was the ruling from a Delaware judge on Monday. The case involves the largest ever compensation package at a U.S. public company. It also comes after Musk has become a close advisor of President-elect Donald Trump and has been tasked to help slash U.S. government bureaucracy. The same judge, Chancellor Kathleen McCormick, in January deemed the $56 billion pay package from Tesla excessive and rescinded it.
No kidding.
Then in June, Tesla shareholders voted in favor of reinstating Musk's compensation. The automaker has said in court filings that McCormick should recognize the vote, but her 101-page opinion Monday said a ratification vote like the one Tesla used.
I mean, $56 billion is, I forget exactly how many times we decided it was, what an average Tesla worker makes, but it is insane. And it's more than all of CEOs, like not all of CEOs, all of Tesla's, like salaries combined. Like all the people they pay, every single worker on the factory line, everyone who answers a phone or works a desk or, you know, does business deals or anything else, like after they all got paid and you put all that money in a pile, it would still be dwarfed by that $56 billion fucking dollars that that Elon's taking. And it's insane that that's the case for a multinational company.
June had to be conducted before the trial, and that Tesla's board was not entitled to hit reset to restore Musk's pay package. Many small-time investors and Musk fans promptly criticized.
Like, in my opinion, the only way that you could be able to justify that is if literally Elon was making all of the cars himself. Like, if he was the only person in the factory and also at all the board meetings and also, like, doing... Like, there's no justification for it. It's just pure narcissism on his part and sycophancy, right? Like, just as essentially, like, pure, what's it called? Enablism from the stockholders. Because they see themselves as like little Elon Musks. They hope to one day be the same as him. These people who are voting on, you know, if you have shares in Tesla and you're voting, yeah, believe me, you want to be Elon Musk. I can almost guarantee it. All right, now let's wrap it up with this just hilarious story. Have you heard? Enron is back, baby.
Illegal.
We begin, however, with what happened 23 years ago. It was 23 years to this day. We learned of one of the largest corporate scandals in American history at Houston-based energy company Enron.
Now a company representing itself as Enron says it is relaunching, going as far as announcing its return with billboards in Houston.
We wanted to get to the bottom of who is behind this new effort. Victor Jacobo joins us live from West Houston with some answers. What do you have for us, Victor?
Yeah, it's been more than 2 decades since Enron was last up and running, but billboards here in Houston, a new website, and this right here, a full-page ad in the Houston Chronicle, appear to signal the return of the infamous company.
The world is changing faster than ever. Can you feel it?
On social media, an account with the name Enron released a video seemingly announcing the company's comeback.
We are Enron.
There's also a billboard on a Southwest freeway near Fountain View Drive showing the logo and the words, "We're back. Can we talk?" The new Enron website, complete with a functioning merchant.
I'm sure they're planning to get back into it full swing, but this time probably get into the crypto game.
Store. But upon a closer look, the site's terms and conditions say the information on the website is First Amendment protected parody, represents performance art, and is for entertainment purposes only.
Dang. It's not real. Perhaps we should be glad. It is a hilarious story, though. And it's actually been, the logo and rights to the name have been bought by the Birds Aren't Real people. So, you know, I just thought it was a hilarious story and figured we'd chuck it in here at the end to sort of segue us into the next half, although kind of throwing myself for a loop here because really we can't just break now. That would be crazy.
That's too much,
We've only been going an hour since the last break, so that's just undoable. So we're going to have to go straight into the environmental half. Let's talk about this. Apparently, sailboats are making a comeback in shipping?
What you talking about?
Really right about that. I just thought this was a great story, right? A very interesting alternative that I don't think we think about. And I mean, I think you could potentially scale it bigger than these boats for these for shipping. So, you know, this is, I think, an interesting alternative to the current paradigm on shipping. Of course, it's not going to be able to replace all shipping immediately or anything like that. And like he was saying, it's going to, we should also look at our consumption and stuff. But, you know, I think adding this kind of stuff into the system is certainly helpful. Can I see the Sacramento Golden 1 center beam from space? Right now, I can't. I'll keep an eye out for it. Okie dokie. Now let's talk about Snowmageddon, which has hit the Midwest and Northeast. Hey, another super chat or super sticker? Can't tell. Either way, thank you, Obsessive Audio. Much appreciated, all of you helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. Ah, it's beautiful. What was I doing? Ah, yes, Snowmageddon. Let's get to it.
Millions of Americans are under winter weather alerts for the first time this season, and there's more to come. Later this week, snow could hit the I-95 corridor. But tonight, there is a lake effect snow warning from Cleveland to Buffalo. These images are from Watertown, New York. To the west, the Buffalo Bills called for volunteers to help clear the snow ahead of tonight's game. And Governor Hochul is promising more resources to keep the roads moving. Just outside of Buffalo, a rare winter waterspout was spotted offshore in Lake Erie. Pennsylvania's governor called up the National Guard to assist in what's being called a historic storm that's dumping feet of snow in the area. And this all comes during one of the busiest travel days of the year, with millions on the move after the Thanksgiving holiday. But first,
okay, let's keep these going. But yeah, some places saw nearly,
And now to
4
the heavy
feet of snow
in the Midwest and the Northeast, coming just as millions are driving home after Thanksgiving weekend. 3 to 5 feet of lake effect snow falling in parts of the Midwest and Western New York. Trevor Alt is in Watertown, New York, where, Trevor, the impact of that storm clear all around you there.
Yeah, absolutely, Whitten. We've been watching them digging out this morning. I mean, look how much is piled up. This is the streets of downtown Watertown. Just to our east, in some areas, they saw 58 inches of snow, particularly lake effect snow, which we've seen coming off of multiple Great Lakes, fueled by the fact that for this time of year, the water in those lakes is the warmest they have been on record.
Looks like they slid off this ramp.
Over the weekend, millions of Americans hammered by lake effect snow. Snow alerts issued in 7 different states, with 3 to almost 5 feet of snow blanketing towns in New York and Pennsylvania.
Wow, look at this.
In Watertown, New York, off Lake Ontario, more than 3 feet of snow fell, with drivers stranded along I-81.
We're in the midst of one of those lake effect snow bands right now here in Watertown. There is already several feet.
Now, if you don't know, I mean, it's in the name, so I feel like it's pretty obvious. But, I mean, lake effect snow is a result of warm waters in freshwater lakes, specifically in this case, Lake Ontario and Lake Erie. They get cold air coming, they pull up all this water, and they just dump snow because the conditions are right for it. Temperatures, air temperatures right.
Snow here, and you can see why it piles up so quickly because of how thick these snowflakes are.
Plows working to keep road conditions safe. The Buffalo Bills Stadium packed with snow.
Still chipping away, though.
Fans digging out their seats and plows working to clear the field before kickoff. In Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro signing a disaster emergency proclamation as parts of Erie County were slammed by more than 2 feet of snow. Roads and vehicles left buried.
Stay home, stay home, stay home.
The National Guard assisting with evacuations and rescues for trapped drivers, also providing transportation for essential healthcare workers.
My doors will not open.
Erie resident Kim Stoller is snowed in there and says conditions are posing major challenges.
They did bring a plow down the road, but the plow actually got stuck at the end of the road.
And with all this snow on the ground, the temperatures this morning are very cold, only about 10 degrees right now, which means this snow is going to...
Okay. I'm gonna keep these moving. Wait, I just realized. Does that mean there's a 3 on your super chat? I mean, this is your 3rd super chat? Is that what that is? It's like celebrating the number of super chats.
Well, tonight we're learning more about why a portion of the New York State Thruway turned into a parking lot Friday afternoon. This was the scene near the Ripley exit. Cars and trucks just stuck there, many for hours, unable to move. Now, I posted that video on Facebook and X, and it's been viewed more than 1.6 million times with more than 20,000 interactions, including comments and shares. So we want to address some of the questions and concerns about just what happened as the snow was really picking up a few days ago. Many people questioned why people were driving at all. One person saying there were ample advanced warnings. Why put yourself, your family, and others at risk? But others pointed out that the state was in the wrong, or at least claiming that. Why wasn't the thruway closed? They knew the snow was coming, one person said. And then another added that the question is why they are leaving people.
I think we can live in a world where all 3 of these people are kind of right in different ways. Oh boy. Okay. Is that it? Oh, there's one last one. This is from the most recent one we got.
Millions of people from the Midwest to the Northeast are still digging out after getting slammed by as much as 5 feet of lake-effect snow. Aaron McLaughlin is in Erie, Pennsylvania, and Aaron, even more snow expected there.
That's right, Lester. Here along the Great Lakes, that lake effect snow is still coming down, and now another storm system is on the way. Tonight, the relentless wintry blast wreaking havoc, with icy conditions causing this pileup, shutting down a section of the interstate in Michigan. One driver now in critical condition, according to Michigan State Police, while millions dig their way out of a shocking amount of snow.
This one has been the worst one that I've dealt with for as long as I can remember.
From Michigan to Buffalo, New York. And in Erie, Pennsylvania, the snow caught everyone by surprise, initially overwhelming the county's robust snowplow system, causing rooftops to buckle and trapping thousands in their homes for days, according to county officials.
I just could not open that door, so I put all my weight into it, and I was like, okay, like this is what we're rolling with.
Kimberly Stoller was stuck for 3 days, forced to rely on Thanksgiving
I would try the
leftovers
window
for food.
in that situation.
She just escaped this evening. You panicked just a little?
Maybe a tad, because I was like, okay, hold on. This is actually getting to a rather serious point.
This kind of storm can be lethal. A fact that weighs heavily on Erie County Executive Brenton Davis, who today personally responded to a call of an elderly man trapped in his home and relying on oxygen. What were you going to do if they didn't come help you?
See you in the spring.
Davis says on a good day,
did he say? I couldn't quite make that out. Did he say I'd wait till spring?
you.
See you in the spring.
Davis says
see you
on
in
a
the
good
spring.
day.
Okay. Hilarious, but also not very realistic. Probably would have not gone super good. you know, survival-wise. Glad he's alive. Okay. Now let's go to a different threat. The threat of rising sea levels. People are decidedly fucked. By the way, I looked it up on Google. The according to Google, the elevation here at what's it called? Whatever this island is called, I can't even remember what it's called now. Is at 0 feet sea level. So it's basically just the ocean, right?
I can't. We learned we're survivors.
Yeah. I can see why people would feel a little isolated on an island with which you can only get to by boat. You know, a hurricane comes and suddenly you are in trouble. Thankfully, Maryland's pretty far north, so they don't exactly get hit by too many hurricanes. But yeah, we're not going to stay too focused on that. There's a bunch of communities like that, though, along the coast that are at or near sea level that are in serious danger of being completely washed into the ocean by rising ocean levels. Now let's go south, further south, to Brazil.
Flying over Brazil's Pará state, agents from the country's Environmental Protection Agency spot signs of an illegal mine. By the time they arrive at the camp, the miners have already fled. The agents said the hammocks and clothing left behind were evidence the miners were indigenous. The Mandaruku territory, a reservation the size of Switzerland on the Tapajós River, has become a hotspot for illegal mining, which Brazilian law bans on indigenous land. But increasingly, Mandaruku tribe members are entering the illegal trade that is backed by organized crime. Environmental agents and police say that is making it more difficult for Brazil to crack down on wildcat mining in the Amazon. It's also sowing division within the Mandaruku tribe. While a majority believe gold mining is wrong, tribe leaders say lack of government assistance is forcing people to seek other ways to deal with poverty. Samuel Mangabal is among them. He says he recently found 60 grams of gold in the river, about 20 times his daily amount and enough to buy a boat and an engine. But his brother was furious and threatened to kill him if he continued, so he was forced to leave the village.
What a great brother. Although I can understand the frustration because this mining is destroying the habitat. Maybe let's not resort to killing. The problem is, like she mentioned, lack of economic opportunity and government assistance for tribes, people in the tribes. And with the continued destruction of the environment, it's much harder for people to live off of it. It's really just sort of a cycle that feeds itself. What a great timeline. Best timeline ever. Don't worry, folks, we will write the timeline eventually. In this horrifying clusterfuck. Somewhere we'll find the right one. Alright, let's go to Peru. A bit further in. Here, talk about the efforts to rescue local bee populations in Peru, as many have been colonizing themselves in urban areas, which has been putting the bee populations at risk, for obvious reasons, I think. But this is due to a lot of the deforestation that's been going on in the Amazon. Can't I do anything from space? I am trying, Bob. Do my best. Maybe one day the Galactic News Network will be able to enact more change than it does at this time. I like to think positively. Bees have existed in Lima for more than 30 million years. That's a lot. In Lima, they have been there for us. Before us, we humans have been displacing them with urbanization. We've been taking away the bees' habitat. I think that you were just saying that's a queen? They are very necessary for the ecosystem. Thanks to them, we can get more fruits and vegetables. One man doing whatever he can to save all of Peru's bees. Good job, buddy. All right, now let's go to Africa real quick, where farmers in Tunisia are turning to a expensive spice amid the changing climate in the country. This is from Reuters from 11 hours ago. Guess that spice.
In the sun-drenched fields of northern Tunisia, 2 farmers have emerged as pioneers in the country of a crop known as red gold. Faced with the impact of climate change on their livelihoods, they've turned to saffron.
They call it red gold, firstly because of its red appearance, and because it's as expensive as gold.
Faiza Hamdawi left her administrative career.
Aw, Soul Life stepped into a bee nest as a child? We're bee brothers, Soul Life. I too stepped into a terrifying bee nest as a child. It was a horrible experience. Look at that. That is neat.
Appearance, and because it's as expensive as gold.
Faiza Hamdawi left her administrative career in 2000 to pursue her passion for farming. But the droughts that have plagued the North African country in the last few years left her needing new ideas.
Now, due to climate change in recent years, I've turned to crops that don't require much water, including saffron.
Tunisia's nascent saffron industry began when Algerian saffron producer Torsh Mohamed Dia Al-Din approached Hamdawi.
I conducted an experiment in Algeria for saffron cultivation, the red gold, and after its success in Algeria over time, we moved to Tunisia. I contacted Mrs. Faiza, who is interested in organic farming, and she allowed me to conduct this experiment in Tunisia. We did it, thank God, and in the beginning years, it was a new experience.
All right. So yeah, due to the changing climate in Tunisia, they are managing to benefit from it somehow here. What else we got to talk about? Let's go a little further east to Riyadh, where the top UN court is ruling on key climate questions, has been over the last couple of days.
Next, the United Nations top court has started hearings on the legal obligations of countries to fight climate change and the consequences of contributing to global warming. Well, the International Court of Justice will hear testimony from nearly 100 countries The results are not legally binding, but the outcome could influence legal action around the world. Well, this was the reaction outside court from Pacific Islands students fighting climate change, a group which was instrumental in bringing the case to the ICJ.
So it still feels like a dream that we're actually here. We've been saying that we want to go to the ICJ, and now that we're here, we're very honored to be able to be given a chance to actually address the judges, and we said what we wanted to say, so we're very happy that that was possible.
Let's speak now to Margareta Vavinka Singh, leading legal team for the Pacific Island of Vanuatu. Thank you for coming on the programme. So what is your central argument here?
The central argument is that the conduct that has caused the climate crisis is unlawful under international law, and that as a result, those responsible incur legal consequences, which includes having to cease the unlawful conduct and making reparations for the injury.
So you believe the action taken by countries that have increased global warming, producing climate change, need to pay compensation effectively to countries who haven't caused it but are potentially suffering the impacts?
Exactly.
And
so
but this has no legal standing. Can you just explain the legality of this?
Interrupting her.
Yeah, so it's true that the advisory opinion itself, as the name suggests, is not legally binding. However, the court is actually interpreting or clarifying existing international law. So what the court says is very much about law that is already binding on states. And so if states do not do what the court indicates needs to be done under international law, those states will actually be in breach of their legal.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, hopefully these small but real sort of legal, what do you call them? I want to call it progress, but it's not really the word I'm looking for here. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. They're important, and hopefully they will manage to do something real and tangible. I whether or not it will, I don't know. I mean, he did make the point that they're not all of this is legally binding, and there's not a lot of enforcement mechanism that exists, honestly. But I mean, with such little movement on all of this, and so much to be worried about with the future Trump administration, I'm just willing to take the smallest of W's right now. All right, let's go to India, as the country was struck by Cyclone Bengal earlier in the week, and the sort of repercussions of that have been ongoing even as the storm has sort of traveled through. Let's go here, global news, to remind people of what happened 2 days ago. Cyclone Bengal pounded southern India with heavy rain and strong winds after it made landfall on Saturday. Some residents were seen wading in knee-high waters, while others were evacuated in boats.
Cyclone Bengal
is centered in the southwestern Bay of Bengal. It is centered around 120 kilometers and 110 kilometers away from Chennai in the southeast direction. It is gradually moving towards the west and is expected to hit the northern Tamil Nadu coast in the evening. Flights from Chennai were temporarily suspended on Saturday, but had resumed as of early Sunday morning. We've been waiting here since 5:30 p.m. What do you want? We need the next flight or a refund. We need a response from the flight operators. I can't even read this. I have no idea what it said. I think it's expected to downgrade to a tropical depression. Alright, this is the most recent one, as unfortunately this cyclone has caused some devastating effects like this.
At least 7 people are dead after a landslide triggered by a cyclone struck a village in southern India. According to district authorities, the landslide occurred on Sunday. Local media reported that the 7 people who died, which included several children, were all from the same family. The cyclone crossed the southern coast from the Bay of Bengal and brought winds and heavy rainfall to the region on Saturday. In neighboring Sri Lanka, at least 16 people were killed, with heavy rains affecting over 138,000 families, according to local data.
7 பேரை காப்பாத்தலாம் எவ்வளவு முயற்சி பண்ணிருந்தாங்க. இது இப்படி வந்து சர்வில் விழுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு யாரும் மீதி ஒருத்தர் விடாம காப்பாத்திட்டாங்க. அங்க யாருமே விடல. மீதி எல்லாரும் யார வீட்ல இருக்காங்களோ எல்லாரும் இங்க இருந்து ஓடி போயிட்டு எல்லாரும் காப்பாத்துனாங்க. இதுதான் வெள்ளம் வருது அப்படினு சொல்லிட்டு யாரும் நிக்கல இங்க இருக்குறவங்க.
Okay. That is tough. That is a tough one. Yeesh. Been a lot of deadly storms this year. I want to be like, oh, maybe next year it'll be less of a deadly storm season. That seems at this point literally just naive. It's almost definitely going to be worse next year somehow. Alright, let's go to one more storm before we end this half. In South Korea, where Seoul was blanketed by a snowstorm earlier this week. Interesting solution. Putting more snow in front of the car. Could work, could work. Okay. Well, that's gonna do it on environmental stuff. What's happening? Oh. Space intermission, folks. It's that time. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've gotten done doing those two things, if you haven't already somehow, I just don't understand how you can be watching the stream and not be subscribed. It's crazy. Are you just lurking and not chatting? It's weird.
Don't be creepy.
Anyway, do consider, while on this little space break, contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the myriad ways we have available to you. Not only can you contribute on YouTube and Twitch, you can also contribute on Cash App, PayPal, and my favorite, Patreon, where you can get all the sweetest space benefits available in the Milky Way galaxy for just $3 US a month. Come on, get in there. You know you want those bennies. Alright, chat. I'll be right back. Alright, chat. I'm back. You know what that means. It means you better get back to those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss some more galactic content. It's about to come in real hot. Okay, where did we leave off? We finished environmental, but we have some space news to talk about before we get on to more of the earthly news. So let's get to it. Unsettling. Lights seen. Spotted above New Jersey. What could they be? Let's find out.
Hey, Ernie and Candace. The FAA has placed a temporary restriction on drone flights over Picatinny Arsenal and over Trump National Golf Course in Bedminster. When these drones were first spotted 2 weeks ago, the Morris County Prosecutor's Office said that they posed no known threat to public safety. But people want to know, what the heck are they and what are they doing?
It's normal to see red and green lights in December, unless they're coming from mysterious drones in the night sky.
It's kind of unsettling. They're not up for 15 minutes, they're up for hours. Some are very big, probably the size of a car.
Mike Walsh says he's seen hundreds of them over the past 2 weeks from his Randolph backyard and has the video to prove it.
They kind of go slow, they come towards you, then they'll change direction a little. They're all going different ways.
The drones have been spotted all over Morris County. Morristown police sent an alert to residents Sunday saying they are aware of drone activity and that if a drone crashes or lands, do not approach or handle it. The FBI's Newark field office would only say it is working with other law enforcement agencies to figure out what's going on, but at the moment doesn't have enough information to share.
A lot of people want to know what's going on. I think more people are coming around to that, oh, this is going on and maybe it's not good.
Nancy Reed didn't want to show her face on camera, but says she's seen the drones every night since November 18th.
I can see them right out my bedroom window. I can watch them. Last night was about 5:30, so it was earlier. But it's normally anywhere between like 7:30 and 10:30, they're out here.
Yeah, no, they're not. I mean, they're technically kind of UAPs. They're unidentified. And some people online are like, oh, they're definitely aliens, as usual. Which is why I figured I'd throw it in here as some space news, even though it's not really space news, I don't think. I don't think this is proof of aliens having shown up to the United States or the planet in general.
FBI is now getting involved in an investigation into these mysterious, apparently small car-sized
Why would they leave
drones
lights on? Great
that people
question.
are spotting flying over New Jersey in the middle of the night. Look at this. One woman there took the video you're seeing. So that's it. It looks like it's flying pretty low. And from that perspective, it looks very large. Right? And all those lights in the sky that you see there, see those lights? Those are apparently drones as well, they say, seeming to fly in a V formation, with the whole saga stressing people out nearby.
Okay. Well, that's going to wrap up our space news. I know it was fast. But just because it's quick doesn't mean it wasn't good.
Phrasing.
Settle down. All right, let's go now to the United Kingdom, where supermarkets are dealing with a particular problem. That being slave-picked tomatoes. Arrival. All right, you know, we're going to pause this and we're just going to watch the movie Arrival real quick, just in case.
Could we be eating tomato puree made with forced labor?
Illegal.
The BBC has had dozens of supermarket tomato products tested in the lab. The results suggest that we could be.
These Chinese tomatoes were everywhere.
Tracing the route they take to get into our shops, hearing from those forced to work the fields of China, going undercover
I was beaten for
in a
almost 2
factory
hours.
in Italy, and exposing the risks of forced labor.
If there's any supermarket now claiming they didn't know, that is an absolute farce.
Could our supermarkets be ending up with blood on the shelves? China now grows about a third of the world's tomatoes, and the vast majority of those in its Xinjiang region.
The tomato industry in Xinjiang is absolutely huge. We've got satellite imagery showing all of the tomatoes laid out to dry, and it's spectacular.
My God.
And yet there's a dark side to this industry.
Mamatjan says he was arrested in 2015 because he failed to submit a document to police.
For nearly 40 days, I was forced to pick tomatoes. The first time, we were told we had to pick 450 kilograms of tomatoes. Jesus Christ. They said, we're warning you. If you can't do it, we'll punish you. The next day, I still hadn't picked 450 kilograms of tomatoes, so they beat me up badly. How great. In a dark prison cell. There were chains hanging from the ceiling. I became very obedient. They increased the amount every day, and finally reached 650 kilograms.
14 people from Muslim minority groups have told us they've endured or witnessed forced labor in Xinjiang's tomato industry over the last 16 years.
Can you imagine? Like, tomatoes do not weigh very much, you know? Like, to think, like, just to trying to do the math on how much a tomato on average weighs. I feel like it's gotta be like a few tomatoes to the pound or something like that. Trying to do the math on how many tomatoes you'd have to fucking pick in a day to hit 650 kilograms a day. The math ain't math.
It's hard to verify their accounts, but they are consistent.
I was sentenced to 3 years for teaching the Quran. Each person had to fill 40 sacks of tomatoes every day. It was such hard labor. In the heat, people would fall over and pass out. I fainted 2 or 3 times. My nose bled. At times I collapsed. There were even deaths. They don't care.
Following riots by Uyghurs protesting repression by the Chinese state, there were increasing crackdowns on what China called religious extremism.
The region was turned into a police state, especially starting in 2017. We had a campaign of mass internment.
More than 1 million are thought to have been detained in Xinjiang after 2017. That's nearly 1 in 25 of the population. Former detainees say they were forced to work in factories and farms attached to the camps. And Ahmed says he was forced to work in similar circumstances years earlier.
They told us the tomatoes would be exported overseas. There are many methods of punishment. All kinds of ways to coerce us into obeying them, like shocking us with electric prods. We were made to sit in a room with our hands and legs chained up. We were locked in there. And we were only given a bucket to use as a toilet. Jesus Christ.
Despite reports of detention centers closing, the UN warns there are still significant risks of forced labor in Xinjiang today.
There are 2 systems of forced labor. One is linked to the internment camps and to prisons, and the other one is the transfer of Uyghurs to work in factories and fields enforced by officials.
It's very difficult to assess the nature and scale of forced labor in Xinjiang, but some academics have tried.
My estimate is that up to 2.5 million ethnic group members in Xinjiang are in forms of forced labor. Several 100,000 are involved against their will in producing tomatoes.
China says such claims are lies and there is no forced labor in Xinjiang. But in 2021, the US introduced strict legislation banning all Xinjiang imports. In Europe, they take a softer approach. Countries like Germany and the UK allow companies to self-regulate to ensure forced labour
That always
isn't
goes
used in
good.
supply chains.
Self-regulating is always the best.
UK supermarkets, including
It's like
Tesco
self-investigating.
and Asda, told Parliament in 2021
Only the best
they'd
results.
instructed suppliers to stop sourcing from Xinjiang.
What supermarkets were saying is that they had identified there was this risk of Uyghur forced labor in their tomato supply chain. I mean, supermarkets knew about it.
The question is, after this 2021 parliamentary inquiry where they said they would go and talk to their suppliers, did they actually do it?
We've been investigating one state-owned Chinese tomato company.
Right, and so I will nutshell the rest of this for you. They have been investigating one particular, BBC has, one particular company, and it turns out that company is using some rather circuitous and clandestine sort of means to sort of conceal their activities, to be able to you know, make it so that their tomatoes make it into EU markets, UK markets, where they're not supposed to be. All right, now let's go over to France 24. In case you hadn't seen this, check in on what happened in the Irish elections. I think it was essentially over the weekend.
The polling stations have closed, and according to the exit polls, Sinn Féin on the nationalist left has won the popular vote for the second time in a row in elections in Ireland. But with about 21.1% of the share of the vote, they have gone down since the last election. And they remain in the opposition the last time round because they couldn't form a government. It looks likely that they will end up with not enough seats in the door, the Irish Parliament, to be able to form a government. Neck and neck with the two larger parties, the other two large parties in Ireland, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in the centre-right. That's the outgoing coalition, and it looks very likely that the outgoing coalition will be able to go back and form a new government. But of course, we'll have to wait until the votes are counted this Saturday.
So yeah, votes are counted. Sinn Féin victorious, but it is possible that I think, I'm not sure whether or not that coalition will be able to come back and still have a larger. I think they will, though. Unfortunately, I could be wrong. Honestly, haven't checked in on it in the last 24 hours. It's an old story. Just trying to keep you up on what's been happening. Now let's go to France. This is recent, from the last day or so. And we talked about the likelihood of this happening. I personally said that I believe that this would happen. And here we are. How many months later? 4 or 5 months later, I think, since the French elections. And 3 months later since, or 2 months? When was it that Macron? It must have been like 2 months ago now that he made Barnier the head of the assembly, and here we are. Vote of no confidence incoming. People are pissed off in the NFP coalition for having been, completely ignored in this process.
The French government faces almost certain collapse later this week. Far-right and left-wing parties said they will vote for a no-confidence motion against Prime Minister Michel Barnier. Their move came after Barnier said he would try to ram a social security bill through Parliament without a vote.
Je crois que nous sommes parvenus désormais à un moment de vérité.
I think we have finally reached the moment of truth.
Neoliberalism is failing everywhere, people. Macron, instead of listening to the voters after he called for an election himself, has completely gone against the will of the voters and now can't manage to maintain a government.
Which puts everyone in front of their responsibilities. It's now up to you, the nation's lawmakers, to decide if our country adopts a responsible budget bill, indispensable and useful for our fellow citizens, or if we enter into unknown territory.
A last-minute concession was not enough to win support for the bill from the far-right National Rally, or RN.
Michel Barnier.
The party's president, Jordan Bardella, said this wouldn't change unless there was a, quote, last-minute miracle. Should all RN lawmakers vote with the left to topple Barnier, the minority government won't survive.
Yup. Honestly, it doesn't even please me to say it, because I wish that France could have just had a good government this whole time. Or at least the government they asked for. The government they proposed. The majority of people. That being the party that won the majority of seats in that election. But no, Emmanuel Macron had his own plans. And here we are. Okay, let's go a little bit further east to talk about the state of the war in Ukraine.
Technology is transforming warfare on Ukraine's front lines as it works to hold off Russia's continued invasion. These uncrewed robotic ground vehicles shuttle ammunition and supplies to infantry in the trenches and evacuate wounded soldiers to safety. Ukraine will need tens of thousands of them next year, according to Deputy Prime Minister Mikhailo Fedorov. The buggy-like vehicles spare troops from operating in areas where Russian shelling and drones are rife. Fedorov says they are already being used by troops in Russia's Kursk region.
Pretty fancy. What else you got? Actually, I think that's it for this video. Let's keep it moving. Let's go here, talk about more technological things, that being the speed at which they have to
The White House is set to announce another military
intercept these
aid
drones
for Ukraine.
that
The
have been coming in.
$725 million aid package would come ahead of President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, and it's larger than other recent ones from the United States. Trump has said he would pause aid to Ukraine once in office. As we mentioned earlier on the show, Russian President Vladimir Putin has approved a record-setting defense budget of about $126 billion. The spending will account for almost a third of Moscow's 2025 budget. But Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines in the Kursk region, a crucial battleground underway. Nick Payton-Walsh reports.
They have a 3-second window. Rushing out with a US-supplied Stinger and an aging anti-aircraft gun. Watch back. To shoot down Russian attack drones in the fleeting moment they fly overhead in range. 3 kilometers from them. They could hit that and prepare to. But the radar is wrong, and they pause to hear it. So reposition the entire truck, but suddenly the drone has vanished. It sounded like a decoy, but that usually means others are coming, and the sky is filling up with drones in the next region. A month ago, the targets here seemed endless. November was a record month for drones across Ukraine that usually crash into towns, not this empty field. Their sound slices through the dark.
It was pretty low and close, and while they think this is Ukrainian drones headed for Russia, the Russians also use this moment to take the same routes to try and sneak their drones in.
Right now, a Ukrainian drone attack on Russia is underway, so they've been forbidden, even if they could, to fire. Each night, they Russian drones weave their complex way out of their tiny range.
Well, the state of the world is so fucked right now. The interwoven nature of global conflicts right now is just mind-boggling. Alright, let's go quickly look at this. For the 5th day in a row, protesters have come out in mass in Georgia after the president and parliament of Georgia decided to suspend their EU bid until almost 2030. I think it's 2028 is the exact date that was suggested. Georgia, oh Georgia, Georgia on your mind. Wrong Georgia, but you can still sing the song if you want.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, now BBC. This is from yesterday.
Georgia says 21 police officers have been injured in pro-EU demonstrations on Sunday. The unrest was triggered by the Prime Minister's announcement on Thursday that he would suspend Georgia's bid to join the EU. On Sunday, he rode back on those comments. Steve Rosenberg sent this report from the capital, Tbilisi.
In Tbilisi, now every night is fireworks night. A fourth night of protests outside Parliament, while inside, police try to keep protesters at bay. A brolly helps at moments like these.
So the police right now are firing streams of water from inside the Parliament, and going the other way, fireworks hurled by the protesters. It is the most surreal standoff.
The crowds are huge. So is the disappointment that the government here has frozen accession talks with the EU. But people are still hoping.
Every single day, there's more and more people coming, and it gives me hope that this government will finally go away.
No sign of that. Earlier, the head of the government praised the police and condemned the protests.
Many of the protesters have said to me that by suspending until the end of 2028 Georgia's bid to join the European Union, you have stolen, your government has stolen their European dream, their European future. People feel betrayed. Can you understand that?
The response is very clear. So we have not suspended anything related to the European integration. It's just a lie. And there are the opposition leaders, there are the media outlets linked with the opposition who are just lying to these people.
But you suspended this until 2028.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
Really? Here's what he said 3 days ago.
Today, we have decided not to put the issue of opening negotiations with the European Union on the agenda until the end of 2028. We also refuse any budgetary grants from the European Union until the end of 2028.
Weird. It sounds like he suspended things until 2028. Oh, wait. Not done.
Small towns across the country against the government's U-turn on Europe. These people who are protesting, they believe that their country is somehow acting in Russia's interests. And when I attended the protests, and yesterday, every night, people are chanting Russians or they're chanting traitors, and that is addressed to the government, which those protesters in the streets do not recognize. They're saying this is an illegitimate government because they believe that the ruling Georgian Dream Party stole last month's parliamentary election. And the announcement by the Prime Minister several days ago that now the decision has been made by the ruling party to stop Georgia's EU accession process, that really crossed the line for a lot of protesters and reinforced their belief that their country wants to take away their European dream and wants to move this country closer to Europe.
Okay, I think this is the last of these I've got. Yeah, this is the most recent of... Oh, wait. Is it? A lot of smoke grenades.
This is a huge, I would say, national movement.
The president of Georgia appealed to Western countries on Monday to back what she called a national movement in support of Georgia's integration with the European Union. President Salome Zurabishvili spoke to Reuters shortly before protesters and police clashed for a fifth straight night. The governing Georgian Dream Party said last week that it was suspending talks on joining the EU. Critics view that announcement as confirmation of a Russian-influenced shift away from pro-Western policies and back towards Moscow's orbit. The ruling party, which won 54% of the vote in October, according to official results, denies that.
And, you know, honestly, to some degree, Russia has benefited from Georgia's sort of fence riding for some time, with them having decent diplomatic relations with the European Union, but also being friendly with Russia and Russian oligarchs. It's been somewhat convenient. But having them actually join the EU is a completely different matter. Alright, now let's get on to talking about the Middle East here. A little bit. Starting in Lebanon. Because, you know, I hate to say it, and I was so wanting to be optimistic about that ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, but as you know, probably did not manage that actual optimism. It's been very difficult to be optimistic about it, since Israel violated it immediately after signing. And guess what? Things are continuing to not go super good with that.
Despite the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah, the back-and-forth violence doesn't appear to be going away. The Israeli military says the militant group fired toward them in a disputed border zone on Monday. Hezbollah says these were warning shots in response to what it is calling several Israeli violations of their truce.
Yeah, and what's hilarious is CBS is here to essentially get right back to doing the old Israel said this and Israel said that. Somebody shot at us. Justified. Right to self-defense and blah blah blah.
The Israeli military says it launched attacks over the weekend on sites that had been used to smuggle weapons from Syria into Lebanon after the ceasefire agreement.
Justified.
Raising questions about whether the reprieve is really an opportunity for Hezbollah and its allies to regroup. Let's bring in Matthew Levitt. He's the director of the Reinhardt Program on Counterterrorism and Intelligence at the Washington Institute. Matthew, thank you for being here. What does this back and forth mean for the ceasefire agreement? Do you see it holding?
Lindsay, thanks for having me. Look, we're going to see what happens with the ceasefire agreement. There's 60 days before Israel has to withdraw, but Hezbollah is supposed to have stopped attacks immediately, and the Lebanese armed forces are supposed to be coming in and not just occupying that space, but the ceasefire agreement makes it very clear there's supposed to be no space for Hezbollah. There's supposed to be efforts to confiscate weapons, to confiscate positions, and we'll have to see if that happens. Israel.
Oh my God, he's so obsessed with making sure Hezbollah doesn't have these things. Oh, we got to make sure that all these things are getting done. But what about Israel not attacking people or breaking the ceasefire? How about that? Is that important? Probably not. Probably because it's CBS and they have been literally worse than just the Biden administration like vehicle for talking points. I think they get their talking points directly from like either Benjamin Netanyahu or Yoav Gallant or one of those sorts of people. All right, let's see what the State Department had to say about all of this. I'm sure this went good. Matt Miller.
Matt.
Yeah. Can I ask you for a little bit more background on the side letter that the U.S. sent to Israel regarding the ceasefire arrangement with Hezbollah and Israel? What does it allow Israel to do?
Look, I don't have anything more I can speak to about the ceasefire agreement, but I will say that a lot of the reporting around the ceasefire agreement tends to treat as news that Israel can exercise what ultimately is a right that every country has.
Inside of a different country?
Has the right to defend itself against terrorist attacks. Israel has that right. Lebanon has that right. Every country in the world.
While Israel's inside of another country? Is Israel's army sovereign in other people's countries too? Is that how that works?
Has that right. And they have that right under international law.
But the United States often characterizes Israeli attacks as defense. France says that Israel has violated the ceasefire 52 times at this point, but if it was just recouched as Israel defending itself, is Israel allowed to continue to attack Hezbollah as long as it says that was self-defense, that was self-defense?
Look, as I said in response to questions earlier, we have a mechanism that we have set up to look at these exact questions and to look at reports of ceasefire violations and to determine whether, in fact, they were violations of the ceasefire, whether, in fact, if an incident was in some way justified because somebody had come under the threat of harm. And I'm not going to make those judgments from here before that group has the opportunity to work.
One of John Grisham's lesser-known novels, Under the Threat of Harm.
And I'm not going to make those judgments from here before that group has the opportunity to work through these questions. That's why we set it up in the first place, so it could do so in a diligent way, and that's what they're going to do.
So diligent.
That said, we believe that it is in the interest of Israel and Lebanon that this ceasefire hold. Remember, when you look at it from Israel's perspective, the 70,000 Israeli citizens that have been forced from their homes don't get to return home if the ceasefire collapses. So
Is he really doing this right now? What about all the Lebanese people who aren't in their homes? What about that? Are we allowed to see things from the perspective of them at all? Is that allowed, Matt? Oh boy. All right. We're not done. Not done. This conversation.
At one point, the U.S. has to recognize what's going on for what it is, right? For what it is. Say,
I don't want reality.
When you move about 2 million people, that is some sort of ethnic cleansing.
Israel can exercise what ultimately.
Not fair. Not fair. You know that.
violations, and then engaged with the parties to ensure that they aren't repeated.
Have you determined whether there are violations, that there have been violations over the past
This
days?
is work that's ongoing through the mechanism. I think
The mechanism.
it's appropriate for me to let that mechanism.
By the way,
do
I
its
listened to
work
this whole
privately
thing.
and speak.
I listened to this whole thing. I at no point heard Matt Miller actually clarify what the fuck this mechanism is. He's referring to some supposed mechanism that exists. We just have to imagine it. I guess it's just literal gears that are turning somewhere in the White House or maybe in the Middle East. I don't know where this mechanism is located, but it is part of this whole process of the ceasefire, and it's what's going to get it done. What it is, we are left to speculate on.
To the parties before I talk about the results of that work from the podium here. And I should add, it's not just that's also the case because this is not just it's not just the U.S. that is a participant in this mechanism. The government of France is as well. So we need to engage with our partners about these reports
that
of violations.
almost raised violations with the Israeli government. Can you say whether those were adjudicated or just concerns of potential violations?
I'm not going to speak to those reports other than what I've already said, which is we take all of them very seriously and we work through the mechanism that we set up to.
Wait, Trump is considering replacing Pete Hegseth with Ron DeSantis? Little Tomato? Wait, Little Tomato? Mr. High Heels Ron DeSantis? Would he even accept that? From Donald Trump, who has said such mean things about him.
Adjudicate them, and ultimately,
Meatball
if we do
Ron.
see violations
Put in
of the
fingers.
ceasefire, we'll go to the parties and tell them to knock it off. We want to see the ceasefire hold. We want to see it be successful. We want to see people be able to return to their homes in southern Lebanon and northern Israel.
Under the terms of the agreement, does the U.S. believe Israel has the right to take kinetic military action if they themselves deem something to have been a violation or a potential threat? Do they have the right to then militarily launch any sort of operation into Lebanon?
So, first of all, there's a mechanism, and
Oh, there it is, the mechanism.
I think it is. Before I get to the broader answer,
Yeah.
it's important that the mechanism be
Of course, of
allowed to work and
course.
determine
That's a
what are
given.
violations
The
and
mechanism is
But every
tantamount.
country,
It's number one.
both Israel, or say every country, that includes Israel and includes Lebanon as well, has the inherent right to self-defense under international law.
Sure.
That was a fact before the
Hezbollah
implementation
too?
of this ceasefire agreement. It remains a fact that all countries have the right to self-defense under international law.
Well, the reason I asked, Matt, is there are reports coming out of Israel now that the Israelis have informed the U.S. that they intend to strike Lebanon in response to the Hezbollah projectiles that were fired earlier today. Does that fit within the confines of the agreement?
I am not going to speak to reports of
Oh,
possible
no,
action,
not
hypothetical
specifics.
action, and try to litigate from here
No.
whether those would violate
That'd
the
be-
ceasefire agreement or not. We're going to have those conversations privately.
That'd be premature.
We have
That would be
channels set up
premature.
to do that, and we will hold those conversations not in public but in
Last
private.
question, is that a real-time channel? Like, could they?
Yeah, the mechanism is already up and engaging. We're putting
Ooh,
more
yeah.
steps in place to formalize.
Oh, you know, I'm starting to realize. I think I know what the mechanism is. I think it's like a real long string that goes across the ocean and parts of Africa, like most of the Sahara. Right? It's like a string. And on one side there's a solo cup, and on the other side there's another solo cup. That's the mechanism.
Over the coming days, but it is already up and working.
And that mechanism
Thank God
will
we have
allow
the mechanism.
either side to immediately in real time call in potential violations?
It allows
Is there any
it allows both sides to report potential violations of the ceasefire, and allows us and our French partners to engage with them as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Heba, go ahead.
Yes. So what's the difference then between now and after 2006? If what you are asking the parties to report to you instead of stopping what's happening, it's just we will have another round. Since the ceasefire was brokered, we saw multiple violations. And today now, Hezbollah, 1 hour ago, he said that he's responding to the Israeli that because of what he called violations.
Yeah.
So what's the difference now? Is it?
No, it's a great question, because the fact is we here at the Galactic News Network watched a bomb get dropped in, I believe it was Beirut, but it was in Lebanon, post ceasefire signing and announcement. It happened literally within the hour. Don't tell me that Israel isn't capable of knowing what time it is.
Are we going back to October 6th?
Let me just say, Hiba, that I don't think it is a little too early to make predictions about what's going to happen going forward. We are less than a week into the implementation of this ceasefire. In just about every ceasefire in a major conflict around the world, those early days are when it is most fragile and when you are most likely to see violation.
This one is most likely. Oh, I get it. This is just normal. People don't get it. Ceasefires, they always have hiccups, okay? And early on, people are always violating these ceasefires, and it's perfectly normal for Israel to be fucking up, of course.
And when you are most likely to see violations and risk of violations. And what it is our job to do, along with the government of France, along with other countries, is to engage in the process that we have set up to impress upon both Lebanon and Israel that it is in their interest that this ceasefire hold. And it is in their interest that this ceasefire be fully implemented. Because remember, we are at the early stages in a process that calls for, over the next...
How could we forget? You keep mentioning
probably
it.
55, 54 days now, where Israel will fully withdraw all of its troops, something that hasn't happened yet, because we aren't yet at that stage of the ceasefire.
Concepts of violations. I've got... It is kind of Trumpian. It does have those vibes. We've got concepts of a plan of violations, and until we can verify, there's no way for us to even talk about it. It's impossible.
For that to work, we have to see a continued broad holding of the ceasefire. We need to see the mechanism work work through its procedures to make sure violations are reported and dealt with as they should be, and that is an important difference from...
It's almost as if violations are part of the process. The way he's talking about it, he's like, you know what? It's to be expected. Israel's going to bomb and attack some people, and what we need is a strong and robust mechanism to be able to be aware of those things as the U.S. government. And, you know, like, how ridiculous is this? I mean, Israel and the United States government are the most, like, technologically advanced, militarily capable nations on the planet. And they're pretending, like, they're still pretending a year and a half in, like, they don't know what the fuck is happening on the ground, and that it's impossible to confirm any of Israel's wrongdoings, and we just need another Israeli investigation of Israeli crimes, and everything will be solved.
The ceasefire in 2006. And then we need to see Lebanese forces deploy to south of the Litani River.
Oh, it's Lebanon's fault.
Also a difference between the ceasefire that was brokered in 2006. So those are the meaningful differences to answer your question. But we are less than a week into this. I think it's a little too early to make judgments about what the future is going to look like.
Yeah, but people stop judging the bombs already.
Just to ask again about Syria.
Just be patient. I swear. I come to you every day. You know I'm going to come to you. Try to hold your horses a second.
Just about Syria and the sanctions. I know you've been asked this question and you gave your answers, but since on December 20, either you will renew the Caesar sanctions or not, are you open to lift the sanctions on Assad in condition to cut his
we're going to Syria
with
now.
the Iranian? This is the question.
We have seen no change in behavior by the Assad regime. We have no indication of change in behavior by the Assad regime. Let me just answer the question broadly about all of our sanctions.
It's so weird how in this one and only situation, the United States government is super not into stopping ISIS or Al-Qaeda backed or related groups. It's fascinating. Like, you know what? No. It's about time ISIS got a W, okay? And that is the stance of the U.S. government. Assad has not, he has not done what we want him to do. And therefore, we think it'd be better if Al-Qaeda was in charge.
Sanctions that we impose are ever meant to be permanent. We impose sanctions as a consequence for behavior taken by other countries, taken by other entities, taken by other actors. And we want those entities and actors to change their behavior. And anytime a country changes its behavior, we are open to changing our sanctions posture. That's not a statement about Assad. That is a statement about every actor in every country in the world on whom we have imposed sanctions. But that said, we have seen no indication that the Assad regime is prepared to change its behavior, and that is why all of our sanctions remain in place.
What if you have guarantees, some of your regional partners telling you that we can guarantee that he will cut relations with us? Are you open? I mean, this statement signals that you are open.
No. First of all, I've made very clear the statement did not signal anything. The statement was a broad statement about why we impose sanctions and why we change our sanctions. But we only change our sanctions when countries change their behavior. And we have seen a long history of the Assad regime refusing to engage in the processes outlined for it by the United Nations. And continuing.
It's fascinating that he even suggests this, because, I mean, if you look back at history, Assad has looked the other way and or participated in U.S. bombing campaigns in Syria because of the fact that he was engaged in civil war in the country and was like, you know, actually, yeah, that's fine. That one's fine. You do that one, you know, and like, you know, it's just that he hasn't done enough. That's what it is.
Commit violence against its own people, continue to engage with the Iranian regime that supports terrorism around the region. And so because the Assad regime has not changed its behavior, we have not changed our sanctions policy. Now, if it changed its posture, I'm not even going to get into hypotheticals. We are where we are because they have not changed their posture.
I say we just give Syria to the Kurds.
And have shown no indication they plan to do so. Saeed.
Thank you.
Saeed's going to jump out of his chair, but go ahead.
Ready to forget all Assad regime
Absolutely not.
history?
Absolutely not. Saeed, let me.
Go ahead. Syria. Go ahead. I wanted to go to Gaza.
You want?
Okay.
It's
two quick questions.
I'll let the room work it out. I'm here to take your questions.
Oh, Matt, so magnanimous.
Go on, Syria? Okay. All right. First, apologies for interrupting to you and to Hiba. You know, former Israeli defense minister says that Israel is carrying ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza. Moshe Ayalon, a very, stalwart Likudnik, and so on. So why is that offensive to you? Why can't you say what Israel is doing is basically ethnic cleansing?
So we have engaged with the government of Israel about its actions in northern Gaza. I think those statements refer broadly to the so-called general's plan. I can tell you two things. Number one, they have said to us that's not their policy. And number two, we have made clear to them that that we would fundamentally reject any such policy. I can't speak to the assessments made by a former Israeli military official. I can tell you that when it comes to potential violations of international humanitarian law, something else.
Matt has never once been capable of speaking to anything that any Israeli official has ever said.
Raised in his statement, we have our ongoing assessments, and they have not.
Our number one partner in the Middle East.
Most observers see what's going on, and they term it as such. They I know you disapprove the word genocide and so on, but a lot of people think what's going on is genocide, especially that the threshold has crossed 45,000 people. So I'm saying that at one point, the U.S. has to recognize what's going on for what it is, right? For what it is. Say, that, when you move about 2 million people, that is some sort of ethnic cleansing. Do you disagree?
So we have been very clear what we want to see happen in Gaza, and that's everyone who has been forced from their homes. We want to see have the opportunity to go back to
the opportunity
and have the
not the right to return, but the opportunity to return. It's gonna be like a raffle. You can buy tickets.
Ability to rebuild and have support from the international community to rebuild. And we continue to engage, not just with the government of Israel, but with other countries in the region to work to get both a ceasefire and the release of hostages and a plan for the day after that would ultimately allow those Palestinians who have been displaced to
day after,
do that.
You say.
But there seems to be no plan for the day after as far as Israel is concerned. We have not seen it. We have not seen it in statement or in deeds and so on. In fact, yesterday, or the day before, I don't remember, they killed three other workers from the World Central Kitchen. So illegal. Israel shows its intent to deprive Gaza of any kind of aid that goes under the pretext that they are attacking a militant. I mean, they've killed the people that committed October 7th. There were maybe 1,400. They have killed already 45,000 people, and they keep doing this under the guise or the pretext or the claim that there was a militant among those people.
So, with respect to that strike, I can't speak to it. I know that they have made the public claim that one of the people killed in that strike was affiliated with the attacks on October 7th, or had been involved in the attacks of October 7th. If that's true, it would, of course, be extremely troubling. But that said, there were other civilians who died in that strikes, which is why we continue to push for a ceasefire. I can tell you that the Secretary is meeting with Israel's Minister for Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer, later today here at the State Department, where he is going to continue to express the position of the United States that
we're doing a super great job. That's the position. We're doing a super great job, and people need to just get off our backs about it, okay? We're clearly doing a lot of press conferences, telling everybody how great of a job we're doing. So why is it people can't just see how great of a job we're doing? What is the problem, people? Come on. How many times do we have to say it? Well, you're saying you want proof that we're doing it? That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Now, I think this is Vedant, but was this? No, Pat Ryder, 9 hours ago, asked about the ceasefire as well.
And one question about Lebanon, if I may, General. So yesterday, Israel targeted 30 different targets throughout Lebanon. Today, again, we saw more actions in Shib'a region and South Lebanon, in addition to demolition in different areas, including Marun al-Ras, of civilian infrastructure taken by the Israeli military. How confident are you that these actions taken by Israel are not threatening the fragile ceasefire that it seems so far in Lebanon? Thank you.
Thanks, Fadi. So,
confidence. Let's hear it.
The United States has been in close touch with senior officials from both Israel and Lebanon. Both have reiterated their commitment to upholding the ceasefire that went into effect on November 26. Again, we've seen these episodic.
I'm not hearing a lot of confidence. I know that he's trying to portray an outward vision of confidence, but the words he's saying are not sounding super confident.
That went into effect on November 26. Again, we've seen these episodic incidents on both sides of the border.
Little whoopsies.
But assess that the ceasefire continues to hold. And we'll continue to work towards that end from our standpoint.
How great.
Thank you. Let me go to Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Thanks, Pat. Super informative. All right, let's go to Gaza. Let's not forget, those people are still living under blockade and occupation and constant bombing and things like that. But you know what? Sometimes it's not just the starvation or the bombing. Sometimes it's the effect of the starvation in ways you might not expect. As a crowd gathered in central Gaza on the arrival of some amount of food, now due to people's frantic, desire, whatever, efforts to get the food, a number of people, unconfirmed exactly what number, but at least 3 or 4 people were trampled to death by the crowd, desperately attempting to get food. This is CBC from 10 hours ago on The Story. Yeah, this is rough. I was going out with my daughter to buy what we needed to leave. She took the loaf from her younger sister wanting to leave, and she gets swept into the crowd. Where she went, how she got out, how she got swept in, I don't know. All of a sudden, people got out carrying her. Muhammad Fayyad's niece was also killed in the crush. A loaf of bread so she can bring it to her siblings to eat. Isn't this wrong? Isn't this injustice? 3 of them, not one. 1, 2, 3.
These talks, how far have they got so far? How far will they go?
Did someone just mention Fatah in chat just now? Hilarious fascism watch. You are right on point with your comments right now, at least with that comment. Asking Nightbot about Fatah. Let's talk about that. As Palestine's ambassador went on to Channel 4 to say that Fatah and Hamas have essentially come to some sort of agreement that, on the future of Gaza. Let's go here from Channel 4 earlier today, 10 hours ago.
Talks. How far have they got so far? How far will they go? Are they at all realistic? Because you're foes, right? You and Fatah and Hamas are foes.
No, these talks are not about Fatah and Hamas. These talks are about the Palestinian people. These talks about ending the genocide in Gaza. These talks about giving a way forward. So it is indeed a positive development, and the idea is that the Palestinian state, represented by the PLO, despite the Netanyahu veto over this, would entrust a technocratic committee made of professionals that will provide for our people, and you know the catastrophic situation, the unprecedented human suffering. So at least we pass this hurdle of who takes over in Gaza. Only Palestinians will take over in Gaza, right. And Palestinians have addresses and national legitimacy.
So no more bad blood between Hamas and Fatah?
This is not about. This is about.
As you said, it's not about the two of you.
No.
But you've got to get on with each other, right? To make it work.
There is blood here, which is our people's blood, being spilled on a minutely basis.
This has got to be striking fear into a number of Israeli representatives' heart right now.
Our children, our women, our families, and this is what we need to stop. So this is not about political rivalries or political.
Like, let's be real. PLO and Hamas working together. This is big news.
Reconciliation. This is about providing a way forward. This is about telling everybody that Palestinians will only governed by Palestinians, that Gaza is an integral part of the state of Palestine, that the West Bank and Gaza is one territorial entity, and there is one political system, and all other plans are not accepted.
But can this committee of technocrats actually run the Gaza Strip, or what's left of it after this?
Well, with the help of everybody, yes.
Yeah,
including the Israelis.
Right. Yeah, it's a great question. Help of the Israelis. It should be interesting to see how that what's the word? Bubbles to the surface is not the word I'm thinking of, but it's the only way I can describe what I'm thinking.
With removing Israeli vetoes over Netanyahu has made it very clear he doesn't want the Palestinian government to return to Gaza because simply he doesn't want a Palestinian state to emerge. Again, he does not want to unify Palestinian occupied territory and.
Thank you. Emerges. That was actually the word I was looking for. It should be great to see how that all emerges. Because what form that takes. I'm just fascinated to see what that will be.
People nor give legitimacy to the political system. Nonetheless, the legitimacy of the Palestinian national institutions come only from the Palestinian people, not.
Exactly. Actually, we are not going to break away from this. We're going to watch this whole thing. Because this is really important. As it relates to this whole fucking thing we've been talking about for over a year. Not on this channel. We've been talking for... Is it 10 Are we over 10 months now? I think we're over 10 months now into this.
Netanyahu, and it's the only legitimate entity that will have to be in charge of our people everywhere, and the only thing that can happen in the day after of stopping this Israel's genocide is Palestinian national institutions taking care of our people.
And this is also what the Saudis have been saying very openly, what we just heard from the Qatari Foreign Ministry. This is what the rest of the Arab world wants. This is what much of Europe wants. But what about the United States under Donald Trump? You have in Mike Huckabee, a new ambassador to Israel from the United States, who doesn't even believe Palestinians exist, who doesn't call it the West Bank, he calls it Judea and Samaria.
Well, we will have to tell him that, hello, we exist, and not only we exist now, we have existed
I can't believe he can,
for millennia.
I can't believe
we are the cradle.
I can't believe that he can say all of this with a smile on his face. It is insane.
Tell him
we will make him listen, and we are the cradle of civilizations. We are the birthplace of Christianity, a vivid, rooted nation. But this is not just about one nominee. But President Trump, elect during the election campaign, promised that he wants to stop the killings and the carnage, and he wants to bring peace to the Middle East. We take that to heart.
Right.
And
so you think it could be good news for your cause?
Well, we want it to be good news. I don't know if it could or not, but we want it to be good news, and we want to make sure that any opportunity is tapped in. And the one most important priority right now is to stop the killing, to stop.
It should be fascinating to see what Donald Trump does to bring about peace in the Middle East. It is something that I truly want, but what he's going to do in this case,
the mass murder, mass destruction against our people, and then to start the journey of healing and rebuilding. And from there, we move to a political horizon.
Okay. And one of the priorities for Mr. Trump, the president-elect, is to get the hostages released. He wants them released before he takes office, presumably because he doesn't want to deal with it when he's in office. So can you persuade Hamas to get those hostages released? Well, as a gesture of goodwill.
There is a UN Security Council resolution that was tabled by the US, actually, by the US administration in May 2735. And that UN Security Council resolution includes all the stages, include all the steps, including the release of all hostages. So we need to implement that UN Security Council resolution. So President Trump, when he starts in his second term, he will have a ready formula to actually implement.
And if he gets...
Yeah. Well, I really hope all that happens. I know I probably sound pessimistic, probably because I am. But you heard it from him. Palestine's own ambassador. They are ready for a singular Palestinian state. Something apparently brokered between Hamas and the PLO. Really is historic and could bring about huge change to this situation, broadly to the Middle East if it's allowed to happen. How it will happen, what it will entail, what the territory will be, all questions to be asked and answered in the future here. Honestly, real hard to do to some degree with the, the regime change in the United States right now. Speaking of the regime change, let's go to a guy we're probably gonna miss. I'm not gonna lie. I know it sounds insane. But don't forget who we're gonna have in the future to listen to. Let's go to Vedant Patel. Let's see what he's got on a new, very, very disturbing report. If you haven't heard, this report suggests, with, I believe, both satellite imagery as well as on-the-ground reporting, that Israel is building military bases in Gaza. Wonder how that's going to help the The old one-state solution. All right, Vedant, you got this, buddy. Bring it home.
Go ahead, Said.
I'm changing topics.
Sure.
We'll talk about Gaza.
Yeah.
Well, according to the New York Times, Israel is building a base or bases in central Gaza, which is an indication that they are there to stay. Do you have any comment on that? Is the administration able to do anything to undo this or to make sure that this does not happen?
Said, I've seen those reports, and I will leave it to the Israeli government to speak to their veracity or not. Certainly would not be for us to speak to, but on that site, if they are true, certainly they...
Literally, a robot could do this job, okay? Let's be real. A robot could replace Vedant Patel, Matt Miller, John Kirby, to some degree. I mean, most of these people, all these talking heads for the administration, they have like pre-recorded answers for everything, and most of them include, "We're gonna let Israel respond to that one." That's like it's like the number one response used.
Inconsistent with a number of their veracity or not certainly would not be for us to speak to.
No,
but
of course not.
On that site, if they are true, certainly they would be inconsistent with a number of the principles that Secretary Blinken laid out in Tokyo about a year ago. What our viewpoint is when it comes to the region and the future of the region. So, firstly, that would most certainly be the case, and I think key among them is that there cannot be any reduction in territory of Gaza. Beyond that, there can also be no forced displacement of Palestinians from their home, and they must be...
Wait, there can be no reduced territory in Gaza and zero forced displacement of Gazans from their homes? How much more evidence does the United States government need to see that that's actually happening right now? And is the only form of evidence that we're willing to accept communications directly from Israeli representatives? Because if that's the case, we're never going to actually, it's, oh my God, what the fuck?
To return safely to their homes in the north as soon as the conditions allow. So first and foremost, should this be true, it would be inconsistent with the principles that the Secretary laid out in Tokyo. I will leave it to the Israeli government to speak to that reporting. It's really not for us to speak to.
But certainly you have the means to determine the veracity of these claims or these reports. You have to wait for the Israelis. I don't.
It's a fair point. It's a perfectly fair point. The United States government, of all people, has the means to figure this one out.
Claims or these reports.
I don't have an.
You have to wait for the Israelis.
I don't have it.
That we are building bases.
I don't have an assessment to offer from a peer side on
the United States is. It's not. It's involved in this process.
Site
all throughout.
As you so know, we don't have any boots on the ground in Gaza. Beyond that, I don't have. It's certainly not for us to speak to on the veracity of these. If they are, it would most certainly be inconsistent with what we want to see for the region, and certainly would be inconsistent with the principles that the Secretary laid out in Tokyo. And should they be true, it's certainly something that we will raise quite seriously with our partners in Israel. But I don't have an assessment to offer.
With that, this must be one of the most surveilled pieces of real estate anywhere in the world, especially by the United States and by its allies. You can't tell me.
Well, it's a great point. How many satellites does the United States government have access to right now? I wonder if they could pinpoint a fly on, like a child's nose in Gaza or not at this one moment. I'll bet they could. But they could identify what kind of fly it is.
We, of course, know what's going on in Gaza. We, of course, are paying very close attention to what's happening in Gaza as it relates to this particular piece of reporting, which I'll just note comes from a media outlet. It's not any kind of government-to-government announcement or government-to engagement. I don't have anything else to offer beyond what I just said.
Well, I tell you that Volker Turk, the chief UN human rights person or chief human rights chief,
Ow. I'm being repressed.
A convention is calling on everybody, as a matter of fact, to do something that you are obligated under the Geneva Convention to actually do something. Why are you not doing anything?
We are deeply concerned about the humanitarian toll in Gaza and the high number of...
Is that what the Geneva Convention says? I'm trying to remember. I don't have it like tattooed to my body or anything, but I don't remember there being any use of the word concern in the Geneva Conventions as it relates to the duties of signatories to it, if I recall correctly. Thoughts and prayers was not one of the responsibilities of nations under the purview of this document.
Continuing to press Israel to maximize and streamline the existing crossings and open more crossings to help further address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. On top of that, we want to see an end to the war, and that's what we're trying to accomplish, and that's what we have continued to be engaged on for quite some time now, and we'll continue to work at this till the very last hour of this administration.
But being concerned and doing something are two separate things.
Yeah, it's a great point.
There's a great deal of concern.
That's kind of what I was just saying. You can say you're concerned about these things as much as you want, but it's really... It does literally nothing. And in fact, it just, if anything, it just undermines the United States government repeatedly. Because you can't say that for this long and seem even slightly credible when you are in the driver's seat, essentially.
Something are two separate things. I'm sure there's a great deal of concern and there's a great deal of anger and frustration in this building, but we don't see any action.
Respectfully, Said, I would take issue with that because over the course of the totality of this conflict, when we have seen things that are inconsistent with what we want to see for the region, when we have seen things that are inconsistent for what we want to see for Gaza, when we've seen things that are inconsistent with what we want to see for the Palestinian people, we've said so. Sometimes we've said so publicly. Every time we've said so privately, and we have raised this directly with our partners in Israel, and I needn't point further than some of the specific areas in which we have asked for remediation when it comes to humanitarian aid. I would point back to the first days of the administration in which it was the work of this secretary that really helped unlock the initial influx of humanitarian aid. And in the ensuing months since then, it is the work of this department and others across the interagency that has...
We saved them. We did it. We unlocked that aid. I don't know exactly what he means, because it's not like at any point an adequate amount of aid has flown into the country. So it's weird. It's like he's taking credit for something that didn't happen.
Continued to push for the use of additional border crossings, the use of additional tactics to further enhance humanitarian aid. We have taken appropriate action. We'll continue to take action, as I said, till
enhance. All right, now, there's been a couple of comments about what's been going on so far in Syria. Let's get into it now in full here at Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Syria, opposition forces are pushing towards Hama after launching a surprise offensive to seize most of Aleppo, Syria's second-largest city. Syrian and Russian forces have retaliated by launching air attacks on the rebel-held cities of Idlib and Aleppo, a city where rebels were driven out 8 years ago. by Bashar al-Assad's forces. The London-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights reports 446 people have been killed in Syria since Wednesday. The offensive is being led by an armed group called Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which grew out of the Nusra Front, which had ties to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. The rebel advance into Aleppo is the most significant turn in the Syrian civil war since 2020, when rebel forces were forced to retreat from Idlib. The offensive was launched at a time when the key backers of Assad's government, Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah, are also focused on other conflicts. For more, we go to Beirut, where we're joined by Associated Press reporter Karim Shahayeb. Thank you so much for being with us. Can you explain what you understand took place this weekend, Karim?
So it was a surprise offensive that people did not expect at all. This insurgency led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, but there were also other factions and armed groups, including those backed by Turkey. They swept through villages and towns across northwestern Syria, and they made their way into Aleppo. It really appeared early on that they faced virtually no resistance in their, in their insurgency, and they collected, vehicles and munitions left behind by the Syrian army in parts of Idlib province that were under the government's control. Over the past 2 days, we've seen a counterinsurgency from the Syrian government backed by Russia. They've launched airstrikes in the areas where the insurgents are present, whether it's in Aleppo or in Hama, northern Hama province, but also in Idlib, including the city. And this is the northwest of Syria, is basically the last opposition-held bastion. There, it appears also the Syrian government and the army have created like a very strong defensive line in northern Hama. It seems soldiers are trying to sweep into the area to clear forces out. Numbers are still pretty murky as well. The Syrian army said today that their airstrikes alongside Russia killed some 400 insurgents. We're not really sure about numbers of displacement, but there are concerns that it could be thousands, if not tens of thousands of people displaced. We're trying to get clarity from that as soon as we can. And there's a lot of questions surrounding the political implications in Syria. The Iranian foreign minister was in Syria yesterday, met with President Bashar al-Assad, reiterated Iran's full commitment to supporting Syria as it has through the entirety of this conflict over the past well over a decade now. And today, upon the Iranian foreign minister's visit to Turkey with his counterpart, it appears they're trying to kick off, diplomatic talks, which has been sponsored by Russia, which has over the years tried to bring Turkey and Syria back together in terms of,
Jesus Christ. The interconnected nature of this whole thing. I keep saying it, but it's just getting out of control. I like to think that it will somehow bring peace, but that feels very naive. Oh boy. Alright, let's look at some of the footage on the ground of what's been happening. First, let's look at these. These are some of the strikes done by Russia. This is in Aleppo. So yeah, as you can see, these are some pretty serious strikes. Well, they mostly seem to have hit the road rather than the buildings themselves. Hard to tell, at least in that picture. Now this is apparently in Rafat. Which is, I believe, north of Aleppo.
وعدناهم ان رفعت راح نحررها والحمد لله حققنا الوعد وإن شاء الله وعدنا جاي إلا بساحة دمشق أمويين بدمشق إن شاء الله بإذن الله تعالى إن شاء الله الدموع الثانية ما بنبكيها غير بساحة الأمويين.
Okay, let's keep going through these. This is also from Forbes Breaking News. These are more. This is more of the aftermath. Actually, this is a different airstrike. Sorry, this is a different airstrike in Idlib, done by Assad, apparently. Not Assad himself, but, you know, the Lebanese army. Not the Lebanese army, the Syrian army. Good God. It's too many. We were talking about way too many fucking conflicts right now. It's out of control. But of course, Forbes wrote the title as if Assad did the strikes himself, which is why I kind of read it that way at the beginning. This happened around the same time. This is video of Syrian rebels toppling one of the statues. I think this is in Aleppo. Yeah. Witness this historic moment with us. The statue of Bashar al-Assad. This is Bashar al-Assad's brother on the horse here. The son of the coup dictator Hafez al-Assad in Syria will be torn down in the city center of Aleppo. We return to our 1,000-year-old lands, our land where we were born and raised after 10 years. This is the end of the oppressors. This is the end of the dictators. Allah Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. This is the end of the dictators. This is the end of the dictators. This is the end of all dictators. Aleppo is free. Okay. Let's actually go back to talking about that strike we were just looking at. This is BBC on that story.
Next, Syria's President Bashar al-Assad has welcomed support from Iran and Russia in the fight against the surprise rebel offensive in the north of the country. The rebels have taken control of Syria's second largest city, Aleppo. The National Army says it's preparing a counter-offensive. Well, let's speak to our correspondent in Beirut, Lina Sinjab. Thanks for joining us on the program, Lina. Lina, what's the latest there from Syria?
Well, government and Russian-backed airstrikes are still continuing in Aleppo and in the north, in rebel-controlled Idlib, leaving many civilian casualties. Overnight, the number of civilian casualties was nearly 25 people who've been killed in airstrikes. And, you know, residents inside Aleppo that we've spoken to said they have faced no harm or threats from the rebels, but are worried about the airstrikes because the government are conducting airstrikes against where rebels are available. But it's basically mainly civilians who are there. This is coming at a time where there is a diplomacy going behind the scene. President Assad is leaning on the support from Russia and Iran and vowing to defeat what he describes as terrorists. And the Iranian foreign minister arrives in Turkey and probably is meeting now with his Turkish counterpart as we're speaking at the moment.
Lina, just tell us more about those diplomatic efforts. And of course, there are still those ongoing Syria talks as well. Just tell us about the scope for negotiations at the moment.
Well, basically, this whole move is seen as backed by Turkey, who has been inviting Assad for years to talk, to find solutions for the refugees, to secure the borders, to address the Kurdish presence on the border with Turkey. That's something that Turkey is very worried about. But Assad has been ignoring all these calls. So it seems that now the table has changed, and Assad is trying to find a way to talk to the Turks while actually pounding civilians with airstrikes, trying to deter the rebels. But apparently also this kind of operation is to force Assad into talks, to bring Assad back to peace.
I love how BBC is concerned about the death of civilians in this one particular case. Because they haven't been all that concerned about that in other places many times. But hey. Okay. Let's go here now. Channel 4 from a day ago. War in Syria. Hospital bombed.
Let's take a look at who controls what in Syria.
Okay.
For the last 4 years, the front lines in Syria have been more or less frozen. It seemed Syrian government forces had effectively won, leaving them in control of most of the country, thanks largely to support from Russia, Iran and Lebanese Hezbollah. But last week, rebel forces led by the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, launched a surprise offensive from the city of Idlib. They seized Syria's second biggest city, Aleppo, and have advanced south towards Hama. They're also moving north into areas controlled by a Turkish-backed rebel alliance along the northern border. Turkey is also fighting the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, a rival group that controls this large swathe of the north. Backed by the US, the SDF played a crucial role in defeating Islamic State, which once ruled a third of Syrian territory and has held on to some pockets of the country. Well, Harry Fawcett reports now with the latest on the situation.
Mid-afternoon inside Idlib's University Hospital, shortly after a 5-minute warning was issued. As Syria's rebels try to cement their gains on the ground, the Syrian regime and its ally Russia continue to punish from the air. This one of at least 5 hospitals reportedly targeted today in the insurgent stronghold city. In the blast-damaged corridors, a reminder of what this war looked like at its height and a warning of where it might return.
We're still providing first aid to the injured and evacuating patients from inside the hospital. This crime adds to the extensive record of the Syrian regime and its ally Russia, amid the absence of international action and the world's silence on these atrocities.
In Aleppo too, the airstrikes have continued.
Jesus Christ.
Even as the forces of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and their allied factions extend their area of control after the extraordinary pace and success of their assault.
Yeah, I mean, considering looking at that map, that's correct, they have in fact taken quite a lot of territory in a very short period of time. We should probably keep moving, honestly. You're going slow. I got a bunch more stuff to talk about. Let's go here. This is Associated Press. This is from yesterday, showing the aftermath of even more strikes in Syria done by Russia and Syrian forces.
استيقظنا صباحا على قصف الطيران المجرم
We woke
الروسي
up in the morning to the criminal Russian airstrikes. The residents of Wadi Arab camp, and we are
ركضنا من حادث
too fast. We were displaced from southern Aleppo.
مهجرين من ريف حلب الجنوبي. ضرب الطيران عنا.
The airstrike hit us. We ran to help people. We found our neighbors
منطقة ريف إدلب الجنوبي من شعشبه.
who are from the southern countryside of Idlib. My neighbor Muhammad al-Ayad made God welcome him as a martyr. He is dead. Oh God! All right, let's go with Al Jazeera now.
Some wounds in Syria never get a chance to heal.
Somehow, even with the impending fascism in the United States, the second half is still the most depressing half. Just because it's filled with dead people.
Some wounds in Syria never get a chance to heal. Infrastructure turned to rubble in the northwestern city of Idlib, following airstrikes by Russian and Syrian government forces. The destruction is a response to the rapid advancement by opposition forces on territory held by Bashar al-Assad's government.
I think it's not even just that. It's knowing that this kind of stuff puts us back on everything that we're working on. You know, that we aspire to protecting the earth, stopping, climate change, things like that. This kind of stuff doesn't help ending any of that. On top of all the actual literal death and destruction that we have to watch happening, caused directly by humans, not just indirectly. It's just so frustrating. It's like we've seen thousands of images like this at this point. I know I have.
And it's ordinary people who are caught in the crossfire again of this conflict, which first broke out more than a decade ago.
We were forcibly displaced and were in search of safety. We lived under the warplanes, under the bombing, and under the gunfire. And we came to this area thinking it would be safer. But we were shocked to find that the airstrikes follow us everywhere.
In Aleppo, the country's second largest city, opposition fighters have taken the city and its international airport. The fighters don't shy away to show off the rewards of war, including military planes and helicopters, nor their anger at the Syrian regime. Video has also emerged of what appears to show them entering a presidential palace in Aleppo. Some of those displaced by the conflict have welcomed the change in the front lines as a chance to return home, and in some cases, rebuild.
I was displaced to Turkey, and after we heard the village was liberated, we came back. The army drove them out. May God reward them. We came to inspect our homes, but it's as if everything has turned to ruins.
Is that it? Syria. Almost. This is some footage of Syrian rebels seizing parts of Hama, which they were just talking about before this. They don't seem to be all that well equipped. Seem to mostly have like Toyota Tacomas. And yet they just abandoned these massive tanks in the face of Toyota Tacomas, I guess. I guess I can see that. I think it does say something, though, in terms of the morale of the Syrian army. Okay, last video on Syria. Here is Matt Miller once again to tell us about the US's stance on all of this. All right, Matt.
Just to come back, to follow up on the sanctions question, or the Assad question. In recent months, you said he's a dictator with blood on his hands, but has there been talks in recent months to potentially ease the sanctions on him as a, in a slight, basically your allies in the region have now have a relationship with him, so there was a sense that the U.S. position had softened slightly.
Well, let me say two things about that. One, with respect to our sanctions that we have imposed upon the Assad regime, they remain fully in effect. They have not changed. The Syrian regime has shown no change in behavior that would indicate that our sanctions should change. The second thing I'll say about that is, yes, we have seen countries in the region who are close partners in some cases with the United States normalize their relations with the Syrian regime. And if you recall, we were quite clear when those governments normalized relations with Syria that we did not think that was a productive step forward, and that countries should not normalize relations with Syria in exchange for no change in behavior by the Syrian regime. And we have seen no change in behavior by the Syrian regime.
I wish she'd be a little more specific on what behavior we'd like to see.
You're saying they shouldn't have normalized relations, but now they have. Do you hope that they will
denormalize them?
Push in a specific direction on Assad?
Of course, we hope that every country that has influence with the Syrian regime
We need everybody to unnormalize.
full implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2254 that will push for the Assad regime to actually engage with its own people, to actually engage in a dialogue and a political process with its own people.
Okay.
Instead of continuing to
That's a
engage in
change.
civil war with them.
And I think the Caesar Act.
I'll take that as a change, Matt.
Have a sunset clause on December 20th. I think that's down to lawmakers to renew that. But
I gotta say, good job, Matt. You answered a question that the barest. like he actually kind of laid out some of the changes that he would like to see, which is more specific than they usually get behind that goddamn podium. I'll fucking take it. All right. But we're not done. That's right, because we are doing things differently with the World War in full effect. With Russia engaged in the Middle East, doing strikes in Syria, Turkey doing strikes in Syria, US funding Israel in 17 wars and genocides and whatever else, and Ukraine, Russia, I mean, like, you know, with all these things going on, we have changed the format slightly. We're not ending with the Middle East anymore. We're going to talk about Asia. Let's go to North Korea a little bit. Stay with U.S. officials. Go to the State Department. Talk a little bit about reports of North Korean casualties in Ukraine. Is this Matt again?
Okay,
it
sorry.
is.
Thank
Matt's
you.
not done.
Thank you, Matt. I have a question on the Russia, North Korea, and Ukraine. Belosov, Russian defense minister, visited North Korea and met with Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un said that he fully supports Russia's territorial integrity, and the defense minister Belosov requested additional support for artillery shells and additional North Korean troops. How do you think this will change the war between Ukraine and Russia?
Well, we have already seen North Korea and Russia escalate the war against Ukraine by introducing North Korean forces into Kursk, where they have engaged in direct combat operations against Ukrainian forces. That was a major escalation by the government of Russia that North Korea participated in. We have seen North Korea supply Russia with...
Anybody notice that it's frustrating to me very much that in this particular situation, on stuff that is seemingly real, you would think is kind of hard to determine, that the United States is able to make these sorts of determinations and make these kinds of statements, but then when they're asked very simple questions about whether or not Israel is violating or making the ceasefire worse in Lebanon, it's impossible to be certain whether they have. I mean, it's just insane. Why is it somehow easier to figure it out in Ukraine, but not in Lebanon? What's the difference?
Equipment, materiel, in addition to troops on the ground to support that conflict, and we remain extremely concerned about those actions. That's why you have seen us take steps in recent weeks to bolster.
All right, enough of this. I've heard enough from Matthew Miller. Okay, let's go on now to this from 11 hours ago. South Korean soldiers enter parliament through smashed windows. All right. Let's go now here. From about 11 hours ago as well. South Korea plunged into crisis after president declares martial law.
Protesters and police faced off outside the South Korean parliament on Tuesday after the country's president declared martial law in a surprise late-night address. The move thrust Seoul into political crisis, with opposition lawmakers calling the declaration unconstitutional and protesters descending on the legislature. Lawmakers rushed to the National Assembly, where the Speaker of Parliament declared the martial law announcement invalid. Legislators early on Wednesday voted to reject it. Images showed political aides barricading the doors inside the assembly, while footage showed soldiers in tactical gear mustering outside the building. President Yoon Suk-yeol said martial law was necessary to eradicate what he called, quote, pro-North Korean anti-state forces. But the leader of the opposition Democratic Party,
what does that even mean?
Which has a majority in
what does that mean? It's so vague. Pro-North Korean separatist forces? Like literal, like the way that he puts it makes it sound like there's literal troops on the ground.
Called on his fellow citizens to reject the declaration, which has a majority in parliament, called on his...
Sorry, hold on.
Necessary to eradicate what he called, quote, pro-North Korean anti-state forces. But the leader of the opposition Democratic Party, which has a majority in parliament, called on his fellow citizens to reject the declaration. In a live stream, Democratic Party leader Lee Jae-myung said tanks, armored personnel carriers, and soldiers with guns and knives will rule the country. The military said activities by parliament and political parties would be banned, and that media and publishers would be under the control of the martial law command. A White House spokesperson said the United States is in contact with the South Korean government and is monitoring the situation closely. It is the first time since 1980 that martial law was declared in South Korea. President Yoon cited a motion by the opposition Democratic Party this week to impeach some of the country's top prosecutors and its rejection of a government budget proposal. He said opposition parties had taken the parliamentary process.
Okay. I'm sorry, what am I doing? We got more footage of this thing. South Korea is legitimately the incel world capital. 4B movements probably got to have something to do with that. It's also an incredibly unequal society. We've talked about the chaebols in the past. We're not going to get deep into it right this moment, but I mean, they're basically a legalized system of not only corruption, but like, you know, just like inequality, like literally by the nature of which they exist. As they're essentially just, you know, like things like Samsung, LG, people don't think about it, but they have immense capital and political power in South Korea to a point that it is scary. You think Google has power? Oh boy. At least if you were, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were in South Korea, like you would worry more about them than you would about Google, honestly, to some degree. I know that sounds insane. Exactly, super hyper capitalistic society. Jerry McLean up in here now. I was wondering where you were. We were talking UK stuff and you missed it. If you want to understand more about Korea, read about WACL, the World Anti-Communist League. We've talked about the destruction of South Korea's communist party. I think that's what you're referring to. I could be wrong. This is a bad look for South Korea. It's been a long time since any of this kind of stuff happened in this country to this degree, and you know, it's just sort of one in like just countless examples of stuff that is just genuinely troubling and sort of continues to add to the cementing of this horrifying timeline that we're in right now.
Shocking scenes from South Korea's capital, Seoul. The president declared martial law. Soldiers on the streets. Police blocking entrance to the National Assembly. We don't know where it's going to go yet, but this really harks back to South Korea's previous history of dictatorship, which ended in the 1980s. It's unbelievable for many people in the region to see this happening in South Korea again, because the country over the past decades has become such an economic and cultural powerhouse. It's a friendly place which people don't associate with martial law, dictatorship, or soldiers on the streets. It's not yet clear whether the turmoil will continue through the night in Seoul into the next day, and how the politicians and people will be able to cope with this crisis.
Okay, now let's see what the Biden administration had to say about some of this while it was going on. You may be picking up on some of my foreshadowing here, but let's go to Forbes breaking news here from 10 hours or so ago. Biden State Department asked, has the administration spoken directly with the South Korean president? Let's find out.
Now, I don't want reality.
that may or may not take place over the coming days.
Just a couple more things. I mean, has there been any conversations directly with President Yoon, not necessarily from the secretary, but with President Yoon?
I have no conversations to read out with President Yoon. We are continuing to seek to engage our ROK counterparts, but I don't have any calls to read out.
But Don, just sticking to his job of never having anything to add to anything.
Have any calls to read out.
And maybe taking a step back, I mean, President Yoon was invited to a state dinner last year. In March, he hosted the Democracy Summit, which of course is a signature issue for the outgoing president, for President Biden.
Yeah.
What were there concerns voiced in the past? Or does this take the U.S. completely by surprise, or were there concerns voiced in the past about?
Sean, I'm not gonna. I'm certainly gonna keep private diplomatic conversations.
Yeah, you wouldn't want
as
to.
that. I'll keep them private. I
Sure.
think what I can say is that we were not notified of President Yoon's announcement in advance.
Okay, there is at least one modicum of news right there. U.S. government was not notified ahead of time on this martial law thing. Vedant, taken by surprise.
Is that we were not notified of President Yoon's announcement in advance. But beyond that, I think the important thing to remember, Sean, is that ultimately at the crux of this is not, President Biden, President Yoon, these two specific governments. What this is about is the broader strategic relationship and the broader strategic partnership that we have.
I'm sorry, the martial law being declared in South Korea has to do with the partnership between us and their government. I'm losing you here, Vedant. I'm sorry, buddy. I tried to stay on the same page you're on, but I think you switched books unexpectedly.
With the Republic of Korea, and that alliance, as I said, is ironclad. There continues to be, in our point of view, a lot of important work that we want to continue to do.
What is he even saying right now? Let's move on. Let's move on. At least we got that one bit of information. Now let's see here if he has a follow-up on this.
Sorry, Nikki. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So has the United States received specific threats from North Korea in the past 24 hours or in the past few days?
I have no threat assessments analysis to offer as it relates to the DPRK in the context of this.
Why? Why, Vedant? Why can't you ever just break from any of this stuff and just tell me just one thing per vid? That's all I want.
Offer as it relates to the DPRK.
Just one actual answer.
So does the U.S. How does U.S. assess this unsurprised declaration? Is that mainly focused on domestic?
I don't have an assessment to make, Nike. Okay. And as I said to Sean, we are watching these developments. We're watching them with concern. We're seeking to engage our counterparts with the ROK, both
watching
here
away
in the United States as well as Seoul. We are also undertaking a number of steps, as I laid out to Shannon, about ways in which we're supporting American citizens and making information to them available as it relates to this. But beyond that, I don't have any other updates. Again, I will just echo that.
That is lit. Okay, so all we know is that the United States government was not informed ahead of time of this decision by the president of South Korea to enact martial law. And the government is taking steps, some kind of steps. I don't know what the steps will result in, but maybe this is the result. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Wow, so rude.
How rude.
You all deserve this. Might be asking yourself why you deserve it. Well, that's because you made it to the final video of the stream. All the way through nearly 6 sweet hours of galactic content. If you haven't subscribed already, hit that button or you'll miss future galactic content, which would be horrible. Wouldn't want that. All right, let's go here. Go Web Go.
We are following breaking news out of South Korea, where there's been a series of chaotic moves involving the country's government. Protesters flooded the streets of Seoul after the president declared martial law. But then lawmakers voted to block the measure, and eventually the president gave in and reversed the martial law order. Let's bring in NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer, who's been watching all of this. Janice, a lot has happened in just the past few hours. Can you walk us through and maybe why some of this is happening?
Well, this has been an extraordinary turn of events in South Korea, with President Yoon Suk-yeol agreeing to lift martial law, forced by an emergency vote in the midst of protests. Now, in declaring martial law in the first place, Yoon said that he had no choice in order to safeguard constitutional order. It was basically a move against the government, citing what he called despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces. He's been in a bitter standoff and political gridlock with opposition members since he was elected in 2022. So the main opposition party condemned the move as unconstitutional and immediately defied the president with this vote to revoke martial law. Large crowds have gathered outside the National Assembly building.
Now, one thing I don't think NBC, is that who's doing? Yeah, doesn't get into. That I heard, I don't have a video on it, but there have been some accusation that this was an attempted coup. It's not clear whether or not that is what was in fact going on here, but I do think we will probably be talking about this in the coming days. Well, we got through another one, chat. It was long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Biddy, Aproponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Wapak, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braden, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noap, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too on Patreon. The link is in chat and in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Looks like it's Galactic After Stream time.